Oh, look what it is. Magma Level 3 time again. I'm currently alone, so time for more kick the ass by freaking judge commentary, man, but we'll see what happens. And maybe I'll get a level that takes half an hour again. I mean, that's probably gonna happen. If I remember right, we were up to the level to the right here. Yep, there it is. Also, we've got Metal Man. Magneto, Master of Magnet. Can't seem to get down. Blame that simulation down there. It must be making my magnetism too strong. I'll have to worry about losing this helmet. Hi, Element Man. Wish I could understand you. Yes? Okay, Sparks and Sockets by an absolute loser. What a name, again. Score has not that much variation between all the judges. Somewhat. One element, one token. Well, let's see what this is all about. That was from the Magma Level 3 dev team. This level was submitted with a bugged object that constantly makes the player moonwalk. Since it would severely alter the level from how it was judged to fix it, the bug has been left in. Okay. Wonder what said bug is. Okay, well, I see the token. Ah, okay, these are enemy-only platforms. Gotcha. Looks like these are also... Okay, I think I got the bug for a second. I saw the new speed gear for the ultra low price of 0 balls. You're now authorized to use the speed gear. Failure to complete the test in time will teleport you back to the speed gear and require you to restart the section. Oh boy. And well, that also doesn't help. What the heck? What the hell is up with this moonwalk? I mean, I know they advised that this could happen, but how? How in the hell does this even happen? Dang it. Fucking hell. I'll just tank it. Here's destruction complete. Uh-huh. You know what? I'm just gonna get it like this. I'm not even gonna risk going from under. Oh boy. Your destruction. Eh. Shit. Well, it's not that bad. I was actually getting low on HP anyways. And thankfully the checkpoint is like one screen away. Oh! And the barriers stay destructed. Interesting. I wonder if I was supposed to keep the speed gear for this. Well, we're probably about to find out. I didn't mean to. No. Break dash. I just tank it. Okay, this will probably require this. You think that's enough nuts and bolts? Jeez. Also, what's with all these spikes? And I'm entering backwards again. Quick castle! A device Wally worked on which increased the speed. I took the opportunity. Oh no. Oh no, you're not gonna... Oh, shitting shit. An even faster Quickman? Why would you do it? Wait. He's not fast at all. Oh, this is just an endurance round. I see. Because I see his HP going down slowly. Yeah, let's go with this. I feel like it worked well despite everything. Should have put a skip on the text. Come on. Okay, bye. That was weird. Yeah, I got no one with me right now, so guess I'm getting fucked by Judge Commentary, man. I wish I liked this level, really. It has a lot of good stuff to it. The speed gear segments are fun and distinct, a good reference to Mega Man 11. The Sparkwave and Gary Obi section are an excellent breeder. Barrier Destroyer is a cute mechanic. The level's design intent is solid, and the custom enemies are entertaining to deal with. The bosses are also fun. Combiloid is always a treat. And Roy the electric twist it gets. Meanwhile, Speed Gear Quickman is one of the best survival bosses I've fought in a while. If that's all there was to the level, it'd be great. However, something about the level completely breaks Mega Man's movement. I have no idea what, but something forces him to face specific direction at several intervals. This makes some enemies nigh undodgeable, since you can't slide backwards, and it makes the level extremely awkward to play since I never know when something will force me to moonwalk. I want to like this place as there's a lot of cool stuff in here, but whatever it was that broke comes at a massive cost. completely derailing this place. It's not broken to the point of being unplayable, but broken is broken, and I'll call it what it is. I was really struggling to review the stage for the longest time. Not because I had trouble forming an opinion on it, but because my first time through it, I honestly couldn't tell whether or not certain things were intentional or technical oversight, of which this level has several. No matter what way you look at it, though, this stage is very unstable, from suddenly moonwalking for no reason to a hard crash at one point after picking up the second speed gear. Must have been fixed post judging. These significantly impacted my enjoyment with the stage, which is a bit of a shame, since it would otherwise be a pretty decent, if slightly generic stage. When it wants to work, the platforming here can be fun. The token challenge in particular is really nicely laid out, and I kinda wish there were more moments like that throughout the level. As for the speed gear sections, I'm honestly not the biggest fan on these. Besides there only being 3 of them, you can mostly ignore the timer and breeze through these segments with minimal effort. For the second one, however, I feel like I must be missing something here because I have no idea how you're meant to get to the next room without dying, at least without using magnet beam. It definitely seems like there should have been something else in that room to help you get to the exit after picking up the speed gear, given how wide open it is. Thankfully, the stage ends on a more positive note with the Quickman endurance battle. I like the idea of outlasting him while both he and the player have access to speed gear. Wait, we did? I did not know this. Though it can be a little hectic towards the end, once he spawns a copy of himself. That aside, I think that fight ultimately did help the stage out quite a bit, though not really enough to offset the prior issues and bugs mentioned before. If those were fixed up, I could see this turning out to be a fantastic level. Who is this? Oh, hi, Luna. I guess all we're getting is a bonk. Okay.
Yeah, hopefully Mike's being shitty again. God, fucking shitty Mike.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
Well, in the meantime, I guess I'll continue reading. Mach 5, but not quite. This feels more like an experimental stage with the not-so-frequent use of the speed gear and the weird sign that removed barrier blocks. Not sure what's with the moonwalking on occasion. It seems to just kick in without warning. Doesn't feel like an intended behavior. It's neat, I guess. With a few times that you get to play with the speed gear. But the buggy behavior does make going through the stage really awkward and somewhat unintuitive. I do like the tileset used here. Pretty well drawn, though I don't know if I entirely agree about making everything the same tone of blue. There was kind of a fight at the end, if you call it that, with the ultra speed upgraded Quickman who is invulnerable but also has the health drain constantly. More of an endurance fight, not too bad as a concept I guess. And that summarized the stage pretty nicely. It's all a proof of concept.
Yeah.
Flashman.
I should read Flashman because you sound like your voice is going.
And we just started. That's the dangers of reading all of the commentaries. Anyways, go for it if you want.
Yeah, give your voice a break for a second. Bizarre design decisions, a messy challenge progression, and incredibly playtesting oversights short-circuit what could have been an electrifying level. The beginning of my first playthrough was a disaster. Dropping in from the ceiling with a checkpoint reached notification and being thrown into challenges that feel more appropriate for the middle of a challenge arc, I was convinced I had somehow missed the first part of the level. My mistrust of the level's stability was reinforced by Mega Man spontaneously moonwalking. And unlike the NM2 Game Genie code, aka Opie meme, I love so much, the unpredictability and functional inconsistency of suddenly facing the other direction is irritatingly disruptive. Platforms threw me off. I like the idea of having different types that are only solid for specific objects, but they go from noteworthy gimmick to basically irrelevant after just one screen. It wasn't long before I encountered my first speed gear, which I was excited to find. My excitement perished in a bottomless pit half a second later. Please take the time to develop new concepts in a gradual fashion. There is a lot I like, but many of the good points come with cabinets. The graphics are polished and professional. I just wish the spikes were a different color so they popped more. The music fits, but the main theme is repetitive and the boss theme should have been a jazzed up remix / cover that fits the feel of the fight. Sega Sans file. The boss fight is interesting, but maybe a smidge too difficult, and I wish the cutscene displayed Quickman's portrait, showed you receiving a speed gear, and didn't repeat on a retry.
Oh, I didn't notice that, yeah.
I could nitpick the architecture. I could nitpick the architecture and skippable speed gears, but I should conclude with what this level does right. Appropriate length, great checkpoint placement, cohesive theming, a meaningful mini-boss, and lots of good ideas that translate well into tricky platforming with an occasional puzzle bent that I greatly enjoy. And yet you're 86, so not enough.
Ouch, so something went wrong here, didn't it? The player's direction and ability to slide get locked at sheer random, making the entire affair a confusing one. I did notice that my slide was not working a few times there. But that said, I think there's a good level under all this garbage fire of a code blunder, since even with it being barely playable at times, I still rather enjoyed it when it worked, and I wish there was just more of it, with more elaborate setup, especially the gear gimmick, so cool, so underutilized. I'm guessing this is what broke the level? Even then, I didn't encounter soft locks, which I guess is a lucky break. Other positives here. It's a nice looking level, somewhat generic, but still very nice. I think the added details and reworked Death Kid enemies help it out nicely. It's a shame the music was just honestly pretty annoying, especially early in the loop. And while it's all well drawn, certain situations like jump through or fall through platforms are incredibly hard to parse due to how they're designed. The mechanics are taught well enough too, which is good. You don't want to make things even more confusing. I'm not too fond of the Berry rework, Mega Man 5 Game Boy humanoid electric enemy, mostly due to him being positioned in some rather obnoxious position, but the real irritant here is probably Gary Obi, the almost invulnerable boss. There are definitely times, especially fighting the control, where these gits are just too in the way. Even during the speed segment, there is little room to maneuver around them. That said, the other little changes gel, and reusing the projectile of ACESpark, another Mega Man 5 Game Boy electric enemy, is one of those obvious in hindsight that I'm surprised I didn't see more often in the contest. The Quickman fight started strong. I don't mind the idea of waiting him out instead of blasting him. It's a nice callback to his weakness in Mega Man 2, but in the end got rather messy. It's super easy to desync the twin Quickman by just standing in the wrong place, and what was once obvious tells becomes too little when you have to split your attention between two of the prats. I think my main issue with the stage, outside of the obvious incredibly held together with tape nature of it, is that it really didn't feel like it built up on anything. The final room was so easy and short that running into the boss door felt way too soon. Yeah, honestly this would not have been too bad if not for the glitches. The glitch kinda kills it. Metal Stetson. Hands off, partner. I ain't no consort hat left by the wayside. I'm a genuine cowboy. Supposed to be helping out at jailhouse, but some darn fool wore me as a hat while I was snoozing on the boss. I really need to get myself a proper hoss, so this doesn't happen again. Just need to figure out how to ride one. Just for the heck of it. No, there's no secret here. Okay. Alright, stage Lastman 85, Lost Caverns of Jungada by Lizard Commando with a score of 57 on the dot. Oh, and Mick and Shinryu's scores are lower than everyone all of a sudden. One element, 4 tokens. Let's see. Okay, this music sounds familiar. Oh, jeez.
Is this like Cobra or some shit?
Okay, these act like Sniper Joes, but with less health, which I'm okay with. Death!
Yeah.
I wonder what that costume was from. What did I get death? Ah, shoot. Well, I'll just cheese it then. Alright, careful. Defeat the lyric. Oh jeez. Didn't want to respawn you. Just play it carefully. There we go. Okay, in the middle here. Thank you, indicators. My face! What's up with this? I almost feel like there should be something here.
Must have flunked it.
Okay.
Oh! Oh, a T-Rex! And it's dead. That's lovely. Okay, moving on.
That was beautiful.
That was just out of fucking nowhere, and we just killed it out of nowhere. The end.
Okay. Yeah, and from my understanding, Opie is not gonna be in tonight.
Oh.
Yeah, he actually DM'd me just to tell me don't expect me to be there. Also, I messed up, but I can just use this. A checkpoint before a token challenge.
That's not good.
It could be either the developer thought it was too hard,
Oh.
or getting a motorbike section. Oh boy. Of course.
Oh. Oh, hey, it's that thing from Yakuza that from Infinite Wealth. That squid from Infinite Wealth and it's dead. Well, that was fun. That was sure was fun.
Wow, a mystery tank? Seriously? How generous. Okay.
We can skip that shit all entirely. Yay, baby! Like, there's no point of those if you have that.
Okay. Ah, Jesus Christ.
Fucking bats. At least you don't have to worry about the token.
Nope.
No,
Can
we'll
just
get
get a move on.
the hell out of Dodge.
Get these guys out of the way.
Get these guys out of Dodge.
Goodbye.
Boy, I don't need your shit today. Thank you. Nope.
Okay, honestly, other than the fact that you kind of had to backtrack a little bit for the last token, this wasn't too bad. Who the hell are you? You're not affected by this at all. Or this. Oh god, your charge attacks do a crap ton of damage.
Well then.
Okay, so the max I'm doing is 2. I haven't checked Break Dash yet, so let's check it out, I guess. Son of a bitch.
Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch.
God, he does a lot of damage.
Yes, he does. I forgot about the towel. Oh. I
Son of
forgot
a
the towel.
Shit. Too much damage on that boss. Alright, well, let's check out the judge commentary for Lost Caverns of Jungada. I still don't know who that boss was supposed to be. So, is there some reference here I'm not getting? Or is Jungada not really a thing? Either way, this is an okay level, with fairly inoffensive design. It makes decent use of its various cannon-based enemies, has some pretty neat crash lifts. It was cool to see the beach submarine on the alternate path. It also has some decent Joe lookalikes. The regular one makes a decent obstacle, and while fighting it head-on can be a pain, I appreciate that the blue one is more challenging than a typical Sniper Joe. Unfortunately, between the militaristic enemy set, the aesthetic, and the use of gimmicks like Waterfall, Jungada feels like its own thing and less like its own thing and more like a Napalm Man 2.0. This is a bit of a weakness. The lack of identity means Jungada fails to leave an impression. And while the crash lift sections are of some interest, though I wish they got more time without waterfalls, the combat sections and the jet ski feel very standard, with no real interest. This level is still inoffensive, but it's also very unmemorable. For future levels, I would advise something that feels less derivative. Shinryu. This is a level that, at first, I didn't really have a strong opinion on, one way or the other. There's nothing outstanding here, but it's also relatively inoffensive, at least until about 1 or 2 minutes in. Starting off, the platforming enemy placements are all pretty basic, barring a few questionable things here and there. Their introduction to the Machine Gun Joe reskins could have been a bit better, plus there's one beta button, the bats, during the first waterfall section that can easily catch you off guard as he lead to a cheap death, seeing as he shows up right next to a Shadow Man platform. Those aside, however, I didn't have any other issue with the opening of the level, at least until I got to the spike drop. For the record, I didn't have a problem with the spike drop itself. It's very easy, in fact. What I do take issue with, however, is putting a small side room with the token in it during that segment, and then putting a checkpoint at the end so you can't quickly redo it. Thankfully, it doesn't take that long to get back to that specific part, but even so, going through the opening section again just for another chance at the token in room is still pretty tedious. That's true, there was a checkpoint after that, huh? Unfortunately, the issues with the tokens in this level don't stop there. The two remaining ones are on split paths, both with checkpoints at the start of them. I get this probably meant to introduce replay value, but I still dislike the notion of having to redo a large portion of the level just to go down one other path for a single collectible. Granted, you can bypass this altogether if you take the bottom route with the Wave Rider segment, then backtrack a little to get the other token once the path converge. I'm not sure if this is intentional or not, but either way, it cuts all out backtracking. And really, that's all the notable stuff I can think of for this level. What remains after the tokens are pretty standard platforming challenges, with maybe the exception of the Waterfall Crashman platform segment, which I actually found pretty engaging without the utilities. I use utilities. If there was more section like that, I definitely think this level would have fared better. Instead, the token routes and the potential tedious backtracking that represent largely overshadowed the rest of the stage for me. Mind reading this one?
I'll read it, sure. Patchy. Relic of Past Civilization. Pretty straightforward level. A little bit generic as far as gimmicks go, with the Shadow and Crash platforms. There is also some weird reskins going on, possibly a reference I don't really get. Despite that, the level still makes decent use of its gimmicks, and it's also fun looking at the supposed Jungata robots of the Lost Civilization. During the spike drop, there's a sun split path for the token, which is a bit weird since it's easy to miss the platform the first time around, and be forced to restart once you reach the bottom and trigger a checkpoint. Third token in the wave bike side section is a bit obscure to get to. Not too bad though once you notice the hints. One hint. Boss is the reskin of Pharaoh Man, pretty much. Okay. With a few tweaks on the damage numbers to make it more punishing. We've seen that. Pretty nice attention with the spike work though.
Yeah, I'm thankful for the added compass notifications for that second token now, because I probably would not have noticed without it.
Yeah.
Okay, Flashman.
Oh.
I thought you were doing it.
No, I'll do it. It must be a requirement that any jungle-themed level in this contest has to feel like it's missing some context. Between the unique-looking Joe enemies, the very cool beach submarine, and the intriguing secret room, there must be more of a story behind this level than the player can see. Thankfully, I am only curious and not confused. Confusion only comes into play when I unwittingly go the wrong direction when the split paths reconnect. Polish issues like that are the level's biggest struggles. Take the tile work, for example. The level does a good job of smashing together familiar tile sets to create something new, especially outdoors. And I dig the big hollow water pipe that's built into a pool. At the same time, the different tile sets don't always transition smoothly into each other, and individual tiles, usually the corner tiles, look a bit off. The one thing that annoys me is falling blindly down a shaft, spawning what looks like a secret area, and then hitting a checkpoint before I have any opportunity to throw myself into a pit and go back for the secret. Waiting endlessly for moving platforms to sync up or loop back around is another annoyance. Special weapons certainly help, but they often remove the challenge entirely, which is the case for the tokens. I don't care. For me, set pieces such as the falling bridge and the dinosaur tank are the most memorable parts of the level.
The dinosaur tank was pretty good, yeah. Even though I kind of cheesed it, but it was good.
Oh, fuck. The soundtrack too. Platforming and combat are fine, not overwhelmingly novel or engaging, but by no means terrible. Power-ups and checkpoints are decent. Attempts are made to introduce new concepts safely, and it's nice that the boss's projectiles are destroyed along with the boss, focusing on a slightly smaller group of assets. Fleshing out the story and keeping a close eye on the little details are what I like to see most here.
Yeah, I can agree with most of this, honestly. Okay, ACESpark. This is a stage that lands in the realm of fine. It's a nice romp with a few flaws that knock it down, but overall still a fairly above average Mega Man stage. It really leans rather heavily into Napalm Man, but does enough to not feel like a total rehash. And it is a romp. I don't really come away from this stage marveling at the enemy placement, but I also don't fall into the camp of mindless time sink and nuisance, bar a few exceptions I'll note later, and some of the 1 HP enemies that are in danger only as you're crossing platforms and honestly well positioned and fun. Honestly, that first water flow room a la Napalm Man is a blast. I think the lack of Copter Joe by itself does that. The use of Crashman platforms overall did the job for me. Some fun timing challenges, but I think the waterfall made the odd one a bit too tight. The Badaton were really rather mean in this room though. This is probably the part of the stage I took the longest to clear by a long shot. It didn't quite fall into frustrating, but I think this section might be rather divisive, as it's cutting in real close. I appreciate the new enemy types, basic and familiar though they are, and I think they look rather nice graphically, but they stick out like a sore thumb next to the cutesy Mega Man enemies. Ideally, it'd be rather nice to see the entire roster at least graphically swapped to be consistent, if possible. The actual tiling of the stage is respectable and looks good to me. The shipwrecked submarine from Blizzardman is a really cool segment to mix things up. In many stages, the fact that death pits aren't graphically marked would be a knock against it. But a notable thing here is the stage design. Basically makes that a non-issue, with the only exception being a weird water pit on the wave bike path. Wait, what? The use of split paths doesn't really detract here, but don't really add anything here. That's a weird sentence, but whatever. I will say that the point where they reconstruct is rather needlessly obtuse and confusing. This stage has a rare case where I think the checkpoint is rather badly positioned and too early. The drop from the club token is not at all easy to parse, so when you fell with the checkpoint immediately on landing, it makes repeated attempt require a total force restart. Really was rather vexing. I think everyone's in agreement with that one. Probably why it's a compass thing now. The boss, whatever its name is a positive end to the stage. It's also a simple fun romp. The charge shot probably does way more damage than it should, but it's also so well telegraphed that really dodging becomes second nature. Like seriously, this is how to do telegraphed attacks of this nature. Build up and the telltale sign it's about to launch. Good stuff. This level was alright, honestly. It could have done with without the second token being kind of a piece of shit. I also noticed on my minimap that apparently I missed a room down here.
87. Did you do that, bud?
No, yes, I mean, yes. On the left there's a room.
Oh.
Hmm. It does look on the minimap like there's a room to the left here, but how does one get to said room? I'm not sure. Maybe Protoman will be able to help once we're done with the tier. Hey, your Sunstar costume needs work. It looks nothing like me. Really? I think this looks pretty accurate. Wait a minute. Can't be the real Sunstar either. So who are you? I am the real Sunstar. I'll appreciate people trying to imitate me with cheap knockoffs. How'd you get rid of that stupid costume and that bit who you really are yourself if no one else? Jeez, I'm just pretending to be someone else for fun. You don't have to ruin people's immersion like a jerk. Besides, you're one to talk insisting you're someone you aren't. Yes? Well, even if that wasn't the real Sunstar, there's no way you could prove it. Certainly not by unmasking me. How would you even do that? I wonder. No? Okay, maybe I had that coming. I didn't think you'd actually shoot my costume. You know how hard it is to get those things looking good? Especially for those pinning platforms? Hi, Wario in the snowball.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Okay. We've got Gross Incandescence by Dracula 9, Anti-Chapel, and Lambda. A score of 57.15, but at a 25% penalty, and all the judge scores are over 60, so this might actually be a good one. An element, 2 tokens. Well, let's see. Visions of Death. Oh god, is this a Dark Souls reference?
I think it might be a Dark Souls reference. It might be a Castlevania too.
I've not played Dark Souls, but this feels like the notes left by other players from that game. Okay, very nice. Huh, it's a treasure.
No shit.
It's also empty.
They fucking lied.
Ah, jeez.
Okay. What the fuck?
What the hell is up with these faces? I hope these did not contain tokens.
Oh, it's Scythe! Hi, Scythe! Oh, good, you killed Scythe.
Try range battle. No, it's just a heal.
Oh no, we Scythe multiplied. Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, look at all that nice stuff.
Try dashing through. Or sliding through, whatever. Praise the bonfire.
Praise the bonfire! Ow, ow.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's a fucking mimic, you fucking
It's a
asshole!
fucking instant death, too.
Also was a Dark Souls reference.
It,
Also fucking mimics.
it is a Dark Souls reference.
It's also mimics that the mimics are Dungeons and Dragons and fuck, and I say fuck you mimics, fuck you.
Hidden path ahead.
Fuck you mimics, fuck you. Oh, I think. Oh, there you go.
I probably need this for something.
Who the fuck are you?
I don't know. I don't trust it.
Oh no. Oh good, you didn't eat us. Thank Christ. Oh, excuse me, I mean. Breathe! Bonfire! Oh, okay.
God damn it.
You die. Also, the thing disappeared. It's his hand! It's his hand! You opened something, but what is it? I know it's a cheater.
Only I had a key. Well, I do.
Visions of Fred. Visions of Fred.
It's probably because I haven't played Dark Souls, and honestly, I don't plan to. Just not the type of game for me. I don't get these little extra things.
Oh, I do. You know, in Dark Souls, like when other people play, they might leave little messages there, so other players can see them as like.
I don't trust these.
I know you don't. The fucking mimic bullshit.
You don't even get the opportunity to move after that. Jeez.
I noticed something with some of those chests, like they have different designs on them, so I'm like, Oh great, you gotta kill this son of a bitch again. Just gonna cheat through it. Oh. But you don't
I don't know
need
why I
the
picked
key.
up the key again, but here we go.
Well, I don't think you got the token, that's the thing, because it might be in one of the other chests before you got eaten by that fucking mimic. So, I noticed that, you
Oh,
noticed
okay,
that,
yeah, I see it now.
yeah, you see it, yeah.
The dangling.
Yeah,
If
that's
it's
not
a
no-no.
dangling,
It's a mimic.
yeah, jeez.
Well, you killed
Okay,
it.
so it's not instant death
you fucking
if I
start
shoot
shooting
at it. Good to know.
Oh, I thought there would be a token there. What the fuck?
I think I already did get it then.
Oh, okay. Oh, you did. I see it right there in the. Okay.
Just lure you guys over here.
Oh boy.
Time for
Time
up.
for up.
Try jumping
I
off.
jump. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what they're saying. Or maybe I don't.
Okay.
That was too easy. But then again, I guess not every single token has to be like. Yeah, you're psyched.
How in the
what's
hell
the-
you're supposed to get the W tank? I'm not even gonna try for it. I don't need it, to be fair.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Why would anyone go for this?
Completion. That thing probably opened that little thing there.
Praise the
Hurry!
sniper.
No, I want to praise the bonfire. Jeez, there are a lot of these.
Thank God for my trigger finger.
Yeah, your trigger figure won't do good in Dark Souls, I don't think.
Probably not. Ah, Jesus Christ. Are you ready?
Are you
No, but let's do it anyways.
Ooh!
Ah, fatty. Now the real fight
Now
begins.
the real fight begins.
Starfield is already lost.
Oh, 'cause that's the thing, like when people die, they say that they're lost or whatever. Oh!
Well, I'm glad they're not doing too much damage, surprisingly.
One down. Oh, you're gonna die.
Oh boy, and good thing Steel isn't here. It would be not so happy that magnetic shockwave was the freaking weakness.
Yeah.
I did it!
I did it!
Amazing chest ahead. Liar ahead.
Liar ahead.
Try attacking.
What?
I was journeyed far and overcome much, chosen robot.
Oh!
Chosen robot, I am Sunlight Woman. Daughter of Lord Mick and Queen of France. Is it the way father... His sunglasses did break it. I have awakened thee. I bequeath to thee the energy element. And beseech thee. Succeed Lord Mick and inherit elements of our game. Thou shall end this eternal twilight and avert further player sacrifice. Don't you dare.
Don't you dare.
Visions of Trap.
Yeah, oh thank god, oh, not here either. Oh!
I'm guessing that element would have killed you.
I'm assuming so, I don't know. Ooh, we got some Kirby shit going on.
Darkness in the sun.
If I'm honest, if somebody made a game like that in the real, like,
Suddenly, Wario's no longer in snow.
I would totally play a game like that, honestly.
Okay, well, honestly, it was a bit difficult, but overall, it was somewhat enjoyable. Oh, let's see what the judge had to say about it. Is this the Dark Souls of Mega Man games? Actually, yes, it literally is. I'm not a Dark Souls nerd at the time I'm writing this review. I barely follow the series. Still, I have researched it. I have a general sense of what Dark Souls design is supposed to be. I have to say, Gross Incandescence is a commendable tribute to a well-built series. It does a fine job of capturing the hard but fair style as well as the community's quirk. Is it challenging? Absolutely. But it's all solvable with practice. It can even become easy. I also noticed the little heart on the top right of Meg there. Using what Dark Soul knowledge I do have, I can tell this is an Orlando, which is an excellent choice. The enemy set reflects this, and for the most part, it works. The painted guardians are excellent distractions. Royal Sentinel is a fun spin on Power Muscler. The Petit Devil, while a bit useless, are a cute reference, and the floating mask are an excellent way to enable the fair side of this design. And I love the visual tell on what they'll drop. The part where it falters is the Silver Knights. Ironically, not the ones with the great bows. Rather, it's the sword fighters. I find their tactics a bit confusing. If there's a consistent way to fight them in every scenario with only the Buster, I don't know it. As for the level itself, the big part to talk about is the infamous roof and rafters section. It was exactly as brutal as I was expecting, yet so well designed that I genuinely enjoyed throwing my head against it. This success is achieved through 4 methods. First, you have all your weapons, enabling access to multiple solutions, not unlike some of the Souls game. Second, there are soul piles that telegraph important locations rewarding proper observation. Soul piles, okay, that's what they're called.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
The one surprise death trap is right beneath the bonfire, meaning you can learn it without any real punishment, and it does have a tail, which, well, Luna found out before me. Finally, everything is killable with just a charge shot and good aim. Let me tell you, it was really satisfying to buster only this puzzle. Dodge past the guardians and break open the treasure room. Sadly, the level falls off after that. The section after the third bonfire never reaches the interest level as the roof and rafters, and the boss fight is kind of a mess. I have a very vague understanding of how Ornstein and Smog AIs work, maybe, but actually stringing that into something useful is beyond me, and the fight just ends up awkward instead. To make matters worse, Super Ornstein can be a pattern locked into a corner somehow, which completely kills the fight. The secret boss is an improvement, but he has the typical wily capsule issue of staying out of reach for too long. One or two attacks is fine, but over half a minute before I can land even one shot is a bit much. He's more entertaining than his servants, but he's still not as good as the level.
Yeah,
Also,
I
maybe,
agree with that.
So maybe I didn't actually need to do that last part. Maybe the element was real, but who knows?
The dragon's happy.
Looks like it, yeah. This is my favorite kind of reference level. The type where you don't really need to be all that familiar with the source material to have fun with it. Starting off, the visuals in this stage are absolutely gorgeous. Especially everything from the tiles to the backgrounds to the enemies, especially those that use vanilla ones as a base. Everything looks and sounds great here. The level design is generally well structured, barring some spotty moments near the beginning. I wasn't really a fan of how crammed those sections were. For the most part though, the room layouts and enemy complements each other very nicely to create some challenging segments. Just a moment. After having gone through them so many times however, I did start to notice some technical issues here and there. Some of them are minor, like the Sentinel's death explosion not always being centered, and the spot where he died, and in one case a Sentinel straight up froze on me after he lost his halberd. Really?
Ooh.
Others are a bit more glaring, like one of the Silver Knights being completely intangible until he starts moving. There's also a pretty bad glitch associated with the mimics. You can still shoot a few moments if they catch you, and if you happen to use Tornado Blow, it completely crashes the game?
Fuck you, mimics!
Really? This, I really wonder if this was fixed post-judging.
Holy shit.
I didn't try that at all. Aside from that last one, these issues didn't really hamper my experience with the level. That being said, the end bosses unfortunately did. Ornstein and Smog aren't really well coordinated, which result in a lot of situations where it doesn't seem possible to avoid their rather stiff-looking attacks. It gets a bit more manageable when there's only one left, but the fight is still pretty finicky. Super Ornstein takes up so much screen real estate that he phased through the floor and died on me at one point. What? And while I know that's a thing that can happen in the original Dark Souls, I don't think it should have been carried over in the stage, intentional or not. On the flip side, while Gwendolyn's fight is much more stable by comparison, they also suffer from Wily Capsule Syndrome, in that they can stay out of your range for too long, which drags the fight out severely. Overall, while the bugs and end bosses held it back a bit, I really enjoyed my time with this stage. Bachi, Dark Souls.
Dark Souls. Hell yeah, that's me. I'm a dork. The stage seems like it's a big homage to Dark Souls. Gee, you think? I never really got invested in the series that much, so most of the jokes don't really land on me. Take a knee or whatever. One thing I definitely appreciate though is the aesthetics. There are absolutely gorgeous, stylish tile sets that would belong to Castlevania, which I thought it was first. Beautiful sprite work with clever implementation of various classic Mega Man enemy designs onto these Dark Souls enemies. And the music is a pretty good remix to fit the Mega Man style. It really is.
Yeah, it was.
As for the general game design aspect, it's a little bit unfocused at times, I feel. Aside from the presentation, there isn't anything too remarkable out of the platforming and combat in this. It's a Mega Man game. The invisible floors are odd design choices, but there are hints showing that they're there, so I guess they're not too bad. Well, that's what the things are for.
Yep.
Not really a fan of the insta-kill mechanic with the mini chest. costume mimics. But at least they're distinguishable until, yeah, about like the third time you got killed by the egg. And the only real setback is in the token room, which you need the key to access. Some really nerve-wracking crash platform rides where you can get knocked away by the knife-throwing enemies at any moment. Yes, they still feel fair for the most part. I have definitely seen worse usage of flash platforms. This is probably the only part in the whole entry that kind of felt Dark Souls-y in terms of difficulty. It was all hard, lady.
It was kind of difficult in them, but...
Yeah. Seems to be some odd collision placements here and there, as there was a corner collision with no tile there at some parts. The wall to the left of the key is not solid, and it's hard to tell if it's intentional given the floor shenanigans required to get there, but it looks like it. Doesn't like it, but it looks like it doesn't go anywhere, so probably an oversight. Thankfully, the bosses aren't that brutal here like Dark Souls, but I feel their damage is just a bit over as I just keep taking hits and still win the fight. That's why both the main boss is and bonus boss. Kinda easy awkward first try them. Yay?
Same.
Man. Dark Souls, right? I haven't played Dark Souls, so you'll have to forgive me if I'm not enthralled by the cluttered enemy setup, the explicable glowing bubbles everywhere, and obnoxiously unhelpful hints that probably make this feel true to the source material. Well, thank you, Flashman. Thank you. The music's good. Custom sprites look really nice. The tile set has too many different colors and textures for my taste, but it creates some real atmosphere all the same. Man-eating chests are a nice evil touch. Apparently never played Dungeons and Dragons. There is a certain charm to the questionably sentimental being and silly humor at the end, and I love that there were two equally valid ways to claim the element. So yeah,
so it was real. Okay.
It was real, but you were like, no, I know better.
I mean, it's Dark Souls, so...
It's Dark Souls. You never trust the chest. Get it, chest? Oh, I would get it. A number of technical issues mar the polish. Smaller things, such as the pop-up text persisting on the pause screen. Bigger things, such as what happens when you send the red, large pillar to the sky without you standing on it. Catastrophic things such as a hard crash if you destroy a chest while being eaten by it. Really?
Again, I wonder if this was fixed post judging.
Maybe.
I haven't tried, so I wouldn't know.
No. Design-wise, certain elements feel arbitrary. The tadpole room, unnecessary, two-way transitions everywhere. Disposable against physical floors or tiresome. Enemies with too much health. Yet nothing is ever bad. There's enough of a learning curve and challenge progression. Boss fights are appropriately unique and challenging. Gimmicks add some variety to the combat, though count bombs and springs break me out of the medieval castle mindset, and could be omitted without significantly affecting the gameplay. Especially the broken ceiling sprints. Checkpoints are satisfactorily frequent, especially if you're using special weapons. A few sections, for example, the area with moving platforms, and a clever dragging in background starts to drag after repeated buster attempts, which is why we cheesed it. With an appreciation for the source material, the level comes across as stylish, but leaves me feeling, would the right word be hollow? Boo!
You know. This level is incredibly polished in some ways. In other areas, it actually feels very messy. Obviously, this is a very pretty atmospheric and fun stage, and have some elements that are genuinely funny, quite a rarity amongst the so-called comedians in this contest. However, the gameplay does not have the same level of care put into it. Beneath the surface, the stage is quite basic, mostly made up of enemy challenges. When the gimmicks were introduced, they were typically underutilized and did not add much to the level. Some of the rooms felt very cramped to move around and were hard to avoid being hit in, although this was offset somewhat by how generous the collectibles were. The enemy spawning was inconsistent. The Golden Knight enemy was particularly shy about spawning, especially in the room with the first checkpoint. The lift, while graphically impressive, felt like filler as there was nothing to do. The two biggest issues were the rail platform rule and the first bosses. It was very difficult making your way across this room, given that you had little space to maneuver against the homing daggers, and the room felt like a sudden difficulty spike in a fairly tame stage. Perhaps using a different enemy type such as the Archer Lancer would have worked better? The fight against Dragon Slayer Ornstein and Executioner Smog was a very hectic fight that ended up being a damage race, as there were a number of attacks that were completely unavoidable given that there were two enemies. Once one of them had been defeated, the other was significantly easier. Ornstein was nowhere near as threatening as Double Size. It felt like a disconnect when the first half of the fight was chaotic, but suddenly became a non-issue once one of the bosses was dead. Smog was a nice boss and did work well by himself, but when combined with the charging attack from Ornstein, it became far too difficult, if even possible, to avoid being hit. The Mick boss, thanks for forgetting me, was a significant improvement. The homing attack should have been a bit higher when the spears exploded in the ground. Other than that, it was an interesting fun fight. The level's biggest strength is the aesthetics, and that probably added a great deal to how fun the level was. It was well drawn, well animated, and had a huge amount of personality. The insta-kill chest honestly made me laugh, and the hint system worked extremely well to stop what might normally be unfair obstacle from becoming frustrating. There might be quite a bit of criticism in the review here, but the level was fun, and this is the best thing you can ask for in a stage. I feel like this would have been way higher in the competition if it wasn't for the 25 penalty. This was actually pretty good. I was fearful at first since it was a Dark Souls theme level, but no, this is actually fine.
Yeah, I mean, again, like I said, I would probably play an actual full version game or something like that if that ever happened.
Wait a second. I just noticed I pressed the switch there. Is that what I needed? It was.
Yes.
I thought I was the only one to fight this hiding place. I've been using it to practice my war face. Oh, the last thing my prey sees to be a face so fearsome they're paralyzed with terror. I tried using that mirror over there, but something seems odd about it. Almost like there's a castle inside the reflection. Maybe you should have a look. Oh, and watch your back. I'll be waiting for you when you least expect it. Hello, Quinn thing. I didn't choose this costume. The Mega Man killer stuffed me into it and threw me in here. Turns out Quince is the only fruit that starts with a Q, but they didn't want me cramping their style. At least the spiders here think I'm cool. At least they're not going to make fun of me. Oh. That does it. I'm tired of living in the rafter all my life. I want to get out of here and get into showbiz. Only problem is, I don't think my current name too appealing. How does Cock Spider sound to you? What about Iraq gear? Maybe I can workshop IDs with Shotman and Friender. You thought Crazy Cannon and Hot Dog were their name? Nope, just fancy nicknames some advertisers came up with. Ah no, are more people moving in backstage now? Alongside that ugly Quince, I can't be seen. I can't afford to pay rent. I got 10 kids. I hate to keep energized. I'm relying on them all to avenge me in this event of my untimely demise. Ugh, Quince. With a banana stuck to it? No thanks, I'd rather leave that to the flies. And why did the beetroot leave it here? Eh? Costume party? What are you talking about? This is where I live. You see your reflection in the mirror. Looking good. Wait, seems to be something strange in this mirror. Almost like something is inside it. Of course we will. Halt! Who does it turn through the enchanted magic mirror? Just kidding. A mirror isn't magic. It's a device that warps local space-time for instant transportation, which is far more sensible than magic. What the hell?
Mr. Fezziwig fucking.
Spin, spin, spin away. Oh.
Burrowing who thinks the face. Welcome to a kingdom of magic and wonder. And I? Why, I'm the Worcester. Oh.
Okay, bye. Hey, stop, get back here. Oh, hello. Oh dear, this is quite embarrassing. Yeah, this long dress. I thought I could get away with wearing my new boots underneath them. Oh, my legs won't stop. Don't worry though, I'll catch them soon. Maybe. Please stop. Ah, I recognize you. You're not under than Mega Man. I see that you found a little mirror world hidden away in this rather regal party. My curiosity shall be rewarded. For in front of you stand a simulation starring none other than myself. Her Majesty has a vested interest in showcasing the resolve of her Queen's Guard, and struck a deal with Ernest Will to craft an extra trial for the tournament goers. So, Mega Man, I look forward to meeting you inside. Hold back. By Cruz Elroy, which I remember that name popping up a lot in Megaman Level 2, so it should be alright. Well, I'm on 5 tokens. And thankfully there's no judge commentary, so I can take a break from that.
Thank God.
Okay, the Jester mechs are cute. Already I like that a lot.
Oh, no, Butler, the Joe Butler.
A Joe Butler.
Joe Butler.
And it throws an exploding turkey. That's awesome.
Joe Butler! It's a turkey! Oh, fuck! Oh, that's
Okay,
sneaky.
so that's the gimmick here.
Oh.
The butler did it.
The Joe Butler did it.
Interesting gimmick.
When did I say that word? When did I say that? Okay. I don't remember that quote at all.
I'm gonna guess Diamond will come from the left. Yep, it sure will. Mistakes.
Mistakes were made.
Okay. Yeah. Bit of a tight jump, but it's fine. At least it's not instant death.
cool.
Thank you, princess. Oh, jeez.
Oh, I like that. It's like a Fallen, but with it's just himself.
Well, at least I know the gimmick now. Okay. Oh, and you can trigger those. Okay. Ace. Oh boy. Mistake. Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh. Okay.
Okay. Oh. Okay, game. What do you say? Move.
Ah, jeez.
Mistake. Mistake. Jump upper.
These checkpoints are fairly frequent. It's not too bad. Ah!
Little shit.
Man.
You little shit.
Nah. Let's just leave.
Oh yeah, key.
Somehow I survived without taking a hit. Okay. Okay, bye.
Okay, bye, guys. Don't touch him. Don't touch.
I pressed the jump button. Oh well.
Oh, now you gotta get that token again. Yeah.
No, I don't, thankfully. Yeah.
Whee!
Yeah. No. Nah.
Oh, that's an envelope. Okay, never mind.
Why did you go up? I think I'm just gonna magnet beam over it.
I am done with this shit. I wanna go home. I am had it with your shit. I'm going home. I am done with your shit. I'm done with your shit. I'm done with your shit.
Okay, final token.
Fucking gimmick! Fucking no! You start shooting the fucking thing. Welcome to the PanAnning channel. We have voice here.
Yeah, this was a pretty good level overall. Let's see King, man. wonder if he fights a little bit like he does in Battle Network. Well, unfortunately for him, he's weak to Spark Chasers. So. That's unfortuitous. No, this level was pretty enjoyable. Nice little romp all around.
Okay,
Off we go. Oh. Okay, now let's go talk to Wario. Hi Vampire Wario. So, funny story. I wanted to talk to him a jig up there looking for treasure and got bit by a bat. Yep. Looks how did it was who tried spending me off with garlic though. I'm all for that. Oh my god.
Too bad they can't get that.
Hi, Forge Woman. Everything's offensive. I kinda wish I wore a costume myself. It'd be hard finding one in my size. Oh well, I wouldn't want to disguise myself from the fam cheering me on. Being fancy, did you see the simulation up there? I don't see what's so gross about it. That looks amazing to me. Reminds me a bit of the steel mills back home. All the grit and suit pulling red hot steel out of the fire and striking it. It's a working bot like me that sticks out in this fancy bash after all, huh? Foo Man by Sarisa. Oh my god, Princess Salsa made a level. I see that Flashman did not necessarily enjoy this one as much. He only gave...
He got like a big 23 on that one.
Oh boy, Hachi only gave 2 for fun.
Jesus.
Well, oh boy, 2 exit, 5 tokens. This is a long one.
Oh, let's go! Oh no, not another one.
And we've got 8-bit Laguna Battle Team, okay. This level has 2 paths. The first isn't so bad, but second, if you can even find it, that's a long one. Very long, difficult too. Like trying to find which folder you saved your keys to. The C drive or the D drive. Tokens in this level are so annoying to get. You have to think fast, act fast, scratch fast, do fast. Even the dev team could get them all. Only about 3 members all got that rush bike token legitimately. And the one where you jump up and up, if only these extra arms could climb walls, but then I wouldn't stop the itching.
Holy shit.
Among all the problems this level has, the difficulty level's overcranked. At second path, I knew retro games are brutal, but I never knew they could break all my limbs in 9 pieces. And that wasn't even on brutal mode. Yes, this level has a brutal mode. At least it's optional, but why? So at one point, a certain NPC will ask you to find some hidden terminals throughout the level. Don't. The level maker tried to force a costume unlock through these terminals. They weren't allowed to do that.
Ooh.
There's no reward for finding them now, so you needn't bother. I wish they'd have given that costume to me at least. I'm here to mention magnet beams suddenly not working with no visual indication in certain areas is not a bug. As they say, it's a feature. Oh boy.
Oh, that sucks.
This level contains glitch effects that flash rapidly. Despite being considerably slowed down by the dev team, there are still a potential source of ice terrain. Using certain weapons at some part of the stage can make it worse, and it is especially severe during the boss fight. Enter the room on the right to see an example of the effect. Please don't hesitate to skip this level by going left if you feel even slightly uncomfortable.
Oh!
Oh boy, it's corruptions.
Oh no! You're okay with it though?
Ooh man.
Oh boy. Meh.
I sourced additional graphic as dev kits edit. Make mammal too late lab.
Yeah, apparently that was testing.
So I'm starting to see why some people said the too in fun. Oh boy. I'm barely able to teleport you in through all the interference. Into Fu Man's system, I've learned that he's trying to revive Wally's reality warping technology. Been using his research to enhance the factory and its robot, but I also detected the presence of several glitches in the system. I don't know what this means, but you'll need halt their development by securing Fu Man's energy element. Be careful. Okay, well at least it's not glitched here yet. Apparently there's an Easter egg this way.
Oh. No, thank you.
You know what? I'm
No,
good.
thank you. I'm good. I'm solid. I'm solid, man.
Apparently this level's hard enough that... Oh, Jesus.
And we haven't even gone to the glitching stuff yet.
I don't know if it's on both paths or only one of them, because... Let's keep that in mind, there's two elements to this stage. So we're gonna be here for a while, probably.
Oh, I'm looking at the mini-map and I can see, like, holy shit.
Protovirus. Oh, hi.
Whoa.
The frickin' sword from X, too.
Oh.
I believe it is, anyways.
Impale, skewer. It's even telling you how to what its moveset is on the screen.
Oh boy, arbitrary code execution. Where? I didn't even see that. Oh, up there. Okay. God, how would you see that without the freaking compass?
You don't.
God damn it.
Oh. Apparently we're the same the music from Zelda game.
Yeah, I did say it was Laguna's theme. So yes, I knew that.
I didn't. Oh.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Boom Man, better than Zell. Not right now, it's not.
Yeah. No! Fucking fuck. How in the fuck are he supposed to do this legit? Why did I try to go for the fucking bolts? Thank God for that energy refill. God. I don't know if there's anything else to this pad, but at least I got that now.
I don't know and I don't care.
Okay.
It's that fucking... that thing from Super Mario. You're peeking up. You're peeking up. Peek. Peek.
Okay. Follow the path.
You know when they should have brought the Fight Boo Man? The Mega Man from the internet. You don't remember the Mega Man animated series where they go into the internet?
That's Battle Network.
That's what I mean. They should have brought in Battle Network. Look, I just call him the one from the internet because he's the only Mega Man I actually watched when I was a kid.
Maybe I... Oh. Oh. Hi there. I did the chuckwee! More arbitrary code execution. Excuse me? Now, are you supposed to damage boost for that? Actually, maybe break dash will work. This doesn't feel safe. Like, at all. Especially when break dash doesn't even trigger. Amazing.
Yeah, they were saying that earlier when they started, like, the thing won't work half the time. It's not a bug. What the fuck is this?
Excuse me?
Hey, Lady Luck, can you go fuck yourself?
What is even? Oh god, oh god. Oh jeez.
Where the fuck is Steel when you need them?
Ah! Oh, these are damage spikes. Yeah. I probably need to survive this section until the end for Token too. Oh my god.
Oh, they're just now they're just being assholes at this rate.
Ah!
Oh Christ. Oh, give me a break, game.
Oh!
When?
I don't know about this. I don't know about this. I don't know about this.
The purple guys are sticking out the Tamara at us.
Oh my.
Am I gonna let that go? Am I gonna let that thing go? Stop for at least a week.
Ah, damage spikes. Okay. Please, 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 please.
Please stop. Stop spitting your dishwater at us.
No. God. So what's up with the other pad then? Oh. Oh no.
Oh my god.
Thank God this is a checkpoint in the previous room.
Why wasn't this place?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, thank God.
Those are some fast boys.
We're backing it. We're backing it.
Yep, there was a token here. I had to come here. Ah, Jesus Christ. I'm getting freaking snake pit vibes from Battletoad, and that's not a good thing. I've seen enough Battletoads today. Oh man. Bye. Good.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any ultra fast boys here. I hate this. Too much shit. And this is the normal version. I don't even want to imagine the brutal version. Jesus! So much contact damage. Yeah, so that did 3. Why is this glitching up everything? That's just one of the exit. Oh, what the fuck? Like, seriously, where's the other exit then? Whoa.
I think we figured out what's going. Oh, you seen that glitching
All
there?
of a sudden, everything is glitching.
I think that's
Was
what's
it
going
planned?
on.
Could be that way.
I think that's the point. They're gonna have you play through this again with all the glitching, and then probably find new tokens that way.
How did you even make it to actually detect that you got the other element? To actually change the state of the stage? As difficult as the stage is, I think there's some genius in there somewhere.
That's why I said in chat, a coked up wizard.
Alright, that doesn't do anything.
Alright, you need to go.
Just, you know, if nothing else, to get a weapon refill. Uh-huh. Oh boy. What the fuck?
Nani?
I think I saw something over here.
Nani?
Oh, what the hell is going on? Oh, that is an actual spike. It's kind of hard to tell with all the glitch graphic. Alright. Oh, what the flying fuck?
Maximum suckage.
Man. At least I'm glad they give you infinite. It's a small act of mercy, I guess. That did not help, though.
Not enough.
Ah, Jesus Christ. Honestly, I probably just suck, but good lord, the timing on this. Jesus Christ. Ah! Okay, now I have to somehow get out of this fucking shithole. Ugh.
Oh.
Well, that's one way to do it, I guess. Okay, and this was token number 3, too. Oh, boy.
What a shithole.
There's an Easter egg up there. And what's over here?
Oh, fuck off! What?
There was only one of these that were real. Well, it's an Easter egg, I guess.
Oh, that's right too.
Oh boy!
Oh.
Oh, jeez, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, like that rush bag thing. That rush bag thing you just did, apparently some of the other... Oh, some...
Oh, I can walk on the text, okay.
Oh, fucking Deadpool, bunch of Deadpool stuff too, great.
Oh, there's the spot that that doesn't work in. Great. How are you supposed to go on the left screen? Oh. No, that still wouldn't work. Yeah.
Stop spinning your Mara at us.
No, I gotta lie, I don't know how you're supposed to go there. It feels like it's not intended to be possible. Fuck it. Just take the death. Yeah. Ugh. This piece of shit's gonna be an annoyance all over it. And why does it work here? Ah! Every freaking time. Hello world.
Here, hello Earth, the sun says hello.
Forgot to convert to radiant. Programmer joke. Okay. Deliberate island of stability. Oh. No, hope it was nothing. Hi there.
Kick, hammer, bonk.
God, it does so much damage. Wait, I was at 1 HP? Was I at 1 HP? I can't even tell. Okay. Nanny the fuck? Ah! Oh no, not roller of dinosaur! What? Hi, Kirby's Adventure. Oh god. Oh, that's amazing.
You can fuck off, game.
Ouch.
I'm all for polio and everything, but this is bullshit. Nintendo's gonna sue you.
So what's on the upper pad then? Oh.
Wait, fuck! Your fucking head's touching the ceiling! This is so disturbing. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? I should be happy, but I'm just no. Just you want screw it. I'm redeeming horseshoes. Fuck it.
Oh, come on!
Yep.
Again, this is silly. Splash Woman.
Why you're the only woman? Because, fuck you.
Yo, devil.
Yo, Devil's got them boobs. Steel,
What?
we're in hell.
What the fuck?
Yeah, for some reason we're just in Kirby now.
Yeah. Steel, we're in hell. Like literally a Zell kind of hell.
Oh my god, they even had the little detail of this shit.
Fuck off, dude.
Okay, that's token number 4. Ah. I just noticed it even adds the ammo down there. Hi, Puppy Brothers, Junior.
Are you kidding me right now at the start?
Oh my goodness!
Well then, fuck on!
Well then!
I recognize this song. I think this is from Monty on the Run.
You might be right.
It is.
From the Famicom Disk System version.
I can see why people got pissed off. Oh no.
Oh. Oh. That's right, because in Monty on the Run, you die in one hit.
And then you...
Yeah. It's a bit annoying not being able to kill shit. Even that doesn't work. Clearly magnetic shockwave now. This thing is too... Yeah, it's too in the way.
Oh, we're gonna go through this again. Mind you, this is the second run through this one stage.
Yeah, this is a long ass stage. Ugh. How? Monty has a one-tile freaking sprite. I'm 2 tiles. This doesn't work. This does.
That would be too brutal. Well, go fuck yourself, Blue Man. Fuck you. Fuck you.
I just don't get how you get past that green blob there. I really don't. Come on, jump.
Da-na-na, shit. Da-na-na, shit. Da-na-na. I want to be the guy called it once its gimmicks back.
Unless for some reason this particular enemy is not immune to everything. Well, seems pretty immune to me. Ah, maybe that'll work. Oh, Jesus Christ. It doesn't seem so bad, but at the same time, it's kind of a thing.
It's a thing that shouldn't be existing.
Smashing success. Hope you kept the manual. Missed the boat.
Okay. The horse death. Oh, great.
Welcome to the UK.
Give up, see you soon. What the hell am I playing?
Is this Nightmare Fuel?
Okay, like, I started watching this, and this was like the first thing you did, and it's still going.
It's still going, because this is like the second
Oh,
fucking
come
thing.
on!
You got mine.
It's a it's a symbol on the window. It shouldn't count as a spike. Fuck off.
Yep.
Shenanigans.
Your minds have been swept.
Yes.
God, these enemies are annoying.
And then spitting out the Mara. No, not the oh, now they're mixing all the Kirby shit in there too. Great. Waiting for collected Kirby.
Oh,
Oh, wait,
please
that's
tell me
me.
this is the end of the stage.
It is. No, they're almost
Is
done.
it? I see the big line over there. Who are you again? Why you have 2 life bars?
Okay.
What's going on?
I just came back. What did I miss?
Welcome to
Help!
this is
Send help!
Dang. Hot bitches in your area. But no, this is Foo Man and it sucks. And hell, that's not even Foo Man. That's
Glitchman.
Glitchman, yeah. Let's go with that.
Lock on, dodge this rocket. Wait, can you even see these? Dodge this, lock on. Okay, I yield.
25 minutes.
And that was the second go at it.
25 minutes. No, don't. No, Glitch one, fuck you.
I found one of them, and yeah, forget about it.
No. We're gonna leave and never look at this again.
Hold on. Prototype Mark III. Swords are cool. Is this a Bindi? Sweet kicks.
I got a capsule and all of this. This shit.
Oh,
hey,
man,
a second duplicate, which technically means I'll be able to do a trade with roll. Okay.
Same price, it's over.
I'm looking forward to see what the Apaches and Flashman's reviews are. Who wants to read Mick?
Look how sad the pineapple is. Look how sad he is.
I'll still do Shinryu and ACESpark, but who wants to do the this one?
I guess if nobody. Oh, go ahead.
No. I said I'm probably gonna do Flashmans again.
Okay. 'Cause normally it would be old Pie, but he's not there.
He's not here. Well, he is here. He just posted something on his channel.
He's probably streaming or streaming with someone else or whatever, because he did say he wouldn't be here.
Well, one thing's obvious. This took a lot of effort to put together. Fu Man is one of the most complex levels in the contest, and it goes to such great lengths to do unique stuff that I have to give top marks for creativity. However, unrestrained creativity often comes with its own issues, and Fu Man, as much as I like this place, has things it sorely needs to polish. Several things. First thing, the visual aesthetic. I get it. This is a cyberspace of some kind. It's got some really cool and memorable theming that I'll not soon forget. But making almost every solid object green and black was an awful idea. The contrast between platform types is terrible, which hampers readability severely for things like solids versus spikes. For that matter, there's no visual difference between spikes and that hurt rush spike and spikes that won't, so I was very confused by the third token. Second thing, the individual pieces, or level pieces. While the concepts themselves are alright, in practice everything is tuned too much towards being hard. The conveyor belts and snake platforms are fast enough to make reacting a pain, especially in the token sections. The Mets have next to no vulnerability. The telegraph for the toss machine's aim is way too small, making it nigh impossible to tell where it's going. Wander Ball's speed and spawn rate are too fast to work with on top of already fast gimmicks. Most prominently, that purple ball enemy is one of the most annoying enemies I have ever seen. He could work in something less complicated, but there's too much going on here for him to take part. About the only thing that isn't super brutal is the Mega Man 11 cones. Even then, their scenarios can be a bit messy. Ultimately, the excess brutality of the level's individual concepts brings it low. This is a huge shame, as the level design would be great if the pieces weren't so nasty! Fu-Man's route is pretty much a normal Robot Master stage, steadily building itself with increasing challenge and complexity, and isn't that long if you avoid dying a bunch. Good luck with that. It also changes a bit on the rerun, which is a big room for Glitch Woman. Her route is a lot more interesting than most second elements, owing to Kirby and Monty on the Run switching up the gameplay, and the final challenge before her fight should be a respectable send-off to the level's pieces. It's interesting, it's compelling, it builds on its various aspects, avoids getting super repetitive, and delivers on a climax. By all right, it should be fine. But since everything's over-tuned to kill you, the entire level is painful instead of fair to the vast majority of players, even with interesting concepts and evidence of compelling design. The only reason my scores didn't tank is that I have a Herculean patience and have been able to mostly muster only the harder Mega Man fan games, so I ultimately enjoyed my experience. Someone at a very high skill level and a high patience threshold will probably enjoy this place, and I try to account for that in my scoring. But that is not most people. I fully anticipate being the only— oh my god, this is so long-winded, shut up! I fully anticipate being the only judge who scores Fu-Man decently, and I can't disagree with my fellow panelists and their issues. As a hint to the folks struggling with the Monty section, break dash plus the ability to jump out of it neuters the surprising amount of the challenge.
Yeah, I know this too late, but true.
It's still going! The bosses are about the only— oh my god, Opie would just quit like halfway through this fucking novel. The bosses are about the only exception to the difficulty access, and I largely enjoyed the breaking difficulty. Even then, Fu-Man's fight can be lengthy, especially on brutal mode. I normally wouldn't factor 100% optional hard modes too much, but good grief, he has too much shielding. And Glitch Woman throws out way too many projectiles for her speed. The mid-bosses were pretty fun, and I enjoyed throwback to Mega Man X2 with the holograms. Finally, there's a crud ton— oh my god, how long is that?! Finally, there's a crud ton of optional items, and they're pretty much an even split between good and bad. The Spade tokens and Glitch Woman's video game tokens are great, and I love the computer virus fight. The vertical climb and rush bike sections are way too precise to be worth the effort. There's also these Easter egg terminals, which were the reason Bukinashi Man showing up. The breakdash terminals are easy enough, and the terminal next to Glitch Woman's boss door is legit a speedrun tactic. But the ones that block out Magnet Beam have infuriating timing, and again, are not worth the effort. Shut up! That's really the core problem with the level. It's creative and the design is technically good, but everything's so vicious that the experience just won't feel worth the effort for a lot of people. I like the creativity behind this, didn't hate the difficulty on the main route, and I believe this level has the potential to be really fun. But not in its current state. Not unless you have a lot of patience. Boy, did I need a lot of patience for this fucking word salad. Not word salad, but fucking encyclopedia.
This skyscraper of text.
And a lot of skill. I strongly advise toning down, well, everything. I advise you to tone down your amount of words you're using. Once that's done, then we'll have a much better level on our hands, and the rest of us will have much more time on our hands because we're not reading this shit.
Let's be honest, this was like a 45-minute stage we just did. From a technical standpoint, this is easily one of the most impressive stages in the entire contest. I can't even imagine how long it must have taken to code some of the assets for this. Suffice to say, that artwork definitely shows. When it comes to the level's design, however, that's where things get a bit tricky. For the longest time, I honestly couldn't decide whether or not I liked this stage. It has a lot of decently designed platforming segments, coupled with interesting set-piece moments, but there's also a number of frustrating and questionable parts as well. For what it's worth, I do think the positives slightly outweigh the negatives here. It does have some genuinely good segments in it, and all of which take great advantage of the custom assets. The code platforms in particular I found to be really interesting, since there is such a simple yet extremely versatile gimmick. The way they create top solid ladders and even spikes had a lot of depth onto the situation where they show up, which also sets it apart from other block train type gimmicks. While it's generally a fun gimmick to interact with, there is still points where they can be a hassle, mainly anytime they're sped up. The rush bike segment is the worst of these, as figuring out the timing in some of the jumps is more than about trial and error than anything. There's a few other segments in this stage that could be summed up with decent promise but rough execution. I absolutely love the first half of the glitch zone. The Monty of the Run section is bogged down due to the incredibly small space you have to avoid the enemies, while you can use Break Dash to cheese this section a bit, and in one case, it's even required to reach a token. I think that only reinforces how flawed this part is. Abusing invincibility frames shouldn't be the best way to get through it, yet it is. Thankfully, it's only this segment, the Rush Bike token and some of the hidden optional challenge that are annoying. Everything else in this stage ranges from decent to well made, including most of the bosses. I don't have any real complaints about the mini-bosses or the ones in the first half of the glitch zone. They're all entertaining in their own regards. Plus, I appreciate that the sword viruses all have their own unique attacks, instead of just being carbon copies of the ones from X2. As for Fu Man himself, he has some pretty simplistic projectiles and movement patterns, but he still manages to offer a decent fight. Glitch Woman, on the other hand, I'm of two minds on. Her fight is a lot more involved compared to Fu Man's, and I don't mind the general idea for the attack patterns and second phase. That said, I ended up not enjoying it as much due to how easily she can flood the screen with missiles. Overall, I think the best way to describe this stage is flashy, yet a bit daunting, due to how much is going on here. I could definitely see this being a bit of a Marmite level to most, but for what it's worth, I'm still glad I got to experience it. Alright, Luna, you can read Pachi, who seems to have been disappointed.
A Fu walks into a bar. At the end. This is certainly a neat aesthetic. Really gives off a strong high-tech feeling. The effect is especially cool with how the stage and the enemies transform into their powered-up cyber variant as you move along. I like the concept of the powered-up enemies. It certainly gives the usually harmless and underwhelming enemies like the Wonder Bell more utility in challenge design. It fits with the hacking theme the stage seems to be going for well too. The asset presentation is definitely the strongest point of the stage, even having the impressive 3D wireframe weapons as mini-bosses. However, the challenges can get pretty rough at times. For example, the snake platform moves really fast, like way too fast to manage, and it's easy to get pushed off the geometry when the player is colliding with its path, making for some awkward interactions. The token room with the long climb of these platforms is especially highlights this. The respawning purple blob enemy is an absolute nuisance. With a sticky Mara, it's already bad enough that it always resides in the far corners of the screen, way out of reach of your buster. Actively being an annoyance, especially during the tricky platforming and puzzle rooms. Fu Man is a cute design. The messages he gives on the screen while he types are pretty funny. The attacks are also freedom and hilarious. And it appears the poor fella couldn't even move on his own and had to resort to turning the floor into a conveyor belt. I like him. He definitely serves as a good finale to the stage. Though I cannot recapture the experience anymore, no matter what I do, the stage becomes glitchy on subsequent playthroughs. tile sets become this garbled mess on some screens, and at some point it starts placing my character into Kirby's Adventureman. Monty on the run for the Commodore 64. I think my NES cartridge is ruined beyond repair. Let this be a lesson to take good care of your cartridges.
Okay.
I'll
Last
spare
man.
you.
Let me field this one. Blah blah blah. This is impressively creative as fuck. Blah blah blah. But it's too goddamn hard. Blah blah blah. Tone it down. Plugs. Next.
Alright, I'll spare you the 700-word rant about how it took me 2 hours and 20 minutes to 100% this level, which, for reference, is how long it took me to 100% the entirety of Tier 6.
Just of note, it took me 45 minutes, and I had the compass. The judges did not have access to those. Anyways.
Inappropriate ambition for a contest of this scope is a part of why my initial enjoyment here has turned into bitter dismay. You may have a boffo premise and so many terrific ideas, but things are organized and communicated in a manner that promotes extreme frustration and confusion. Fu Man isn't the main focus of his own level. The path leading to him is merely one section in a kilometer about a glitch woman. Without being trained to search for secrets with the mindset of a glitch hunter, finding the area with the interference is a maddening task at a level this vast and full of disturbances. Complicating the search are top secret terminals. Do I need to find all of them first? And unexpected aesthetic changes. Are there functional changes too? In terms of introductions and placement and persistence, the enemies, I'm looking at you, teleporting ball, are more cheap than challenging. The fight with Glitch Woman, while creative, is overwhelming, which could be said of the graphics and many gimmick challenges as well. Brutal mode should not be available on your first playthrough. Fragmented lore and overly long discussions into Kirby and Monty, why not shorter jumps into more games, make the level incomprehensible. Only after 100% completion, which is asininely difficult, does the narrative tie together and become compelling. I might add that the insinuation of a costume unlock, if intentional, is presumptuous. However, I approve of the developer room, not to mention the polished programming, fascinating gimmick concepts, engaging mini-bosses, Final Fantasy 7 music cover. No, 8 music cover.
Just to tell you, before you continue, the main theme of the level, before it went into all the glitchy mess, was Laguna's battle theme from Final Fantasy 8. Anyways.
Okay, I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, I know.
Attention to minuscule details, tremendously charming humor, some of the best in the contest in my opinion, and Fu Man himself. These would have easily carried the level if it were shorter and simpler.
And that's it, okay. I'm gonna lay my chords on this table immediately about this stage. I feel like this stage missed several memos. Look, there are literally, at this point, hundreds of submissions. What makes you think your stage needs to be the one that takes literal hours to finish it all? There is a certain level of arrogance here that oozes through. Oh god. That's how much the bar is improving. We're gonna be here for a while. No! There is a certain level of arrogance here that oozes through the further you get into it. And that has sunk what could have been a contending stage. Almost all good wit is taken away by just having no restraint. Strap in, folks. This is my Rick Drizil review of this game. I apologize for nothing. The stage has started to lose its appeal partway through the first element. But at the stage ended there, and then I dare say I might have come away much more positive. But then the dawning realization hit. Yeah, there's the glitch woman path. You eye roll, sigh, and going and getting more caffeine. Now I'm forced to trek to another entire stage of all this. See, doing the whole stew stage in one is, as it turns out, a really, really bad idea. Because if your stage does something that is irritating, and this stage does, all the issues and faults are what might have been minor irritation hit full brunt head on. Oh boy. Given that the judges basically need to replay stages a few times to get an accurate idea of it, that issue is really compounded with multiple elements and a sprawling level of hidden and often hard to get crap. So, that second element by itself shot this level in the foot, and then the other issues kept on shooting. So the stage is very pretty, it's got real life to it all, and it looks nice. The new graphical elements are also cute, and I maybe like the Kirby and Monty on run segments if they hadn't been stuck on the tail end of the second element, but I digress. And yes, their 3D model enemies are very, very impressive. Unfortunately, the level's effect often hurt gameplay. Even when I was going for the terminal, it's quite hard to notice what I can interact with all the glitching going on. In other areas, the effect cover up what I'm supposed to be doing, or get overly distracting during boss fights, so I can't see what the heck I'm supposed to be dodging. Now, I like the reforming platform gimmicks in theory, and this stage really explores it. Heck, if the next issue I brought up wasn't a factor, I'd love these rooms, barring the club and heart token of course, but it's really hard to parse what parts of these platforms are and aren't solid. Sometimes, it changes as it moves, just to add to the confusion. But the real kicker here is the corner pieces. The really small ones are solid. That means you'll often bonk into something as you try and best time yourself, often straight into a pit of spikes. This is a recurring issue. But what really kills the fun in this stage on top of everything else? The enemies. I hate them. The new enemies, the guy from Mega Man 11, and I especially hate the respawning purple ball git that really makes going after the more finicky terminals and token a right ball ache. Even weapons barely help here. Why does the purple gits respawn? Why? In another stage I might have found the Kirby and Monty rooms cute. The Kirby area amounts to not a lot, just a kind of extra padding to an already padded level. The Monty area is quite obnoxious. Mega Man is too big a character to easily and naturally move around 8x8 blocks, and the already thin patience is worn out further trying to go through enemies you can't actually deal with. Being locked into a checkpoint because you failed the token is cute too. But this has to be one of the worst stages to try in 100%. Virtually every single token challenge is beyond obnoxious, finicky, and I'm going to be honest, I just can't do some of them. Even with weapons, maybe age and my injury have something to do with it, but at the end of the day, I legitimately can't get some of these. That club one is so finicky, so taxing, and so awkward to time that climb, and way too punishing. No, they're asking way too much of the player. Hell, I couldn't even find the heart token without relying on external help. I've been very kind to tokens that does rely on the player just paying attention to their surroundings, and don't even mind them being a bit sneaky about it. This right here. No visual clues, nothing. It's just an arbitrary location in a level that has not at all been consistent about whether or not rooms with no walls can be scrolled through. And, let's be honest, I can't do this challenge either. It's about on par with the club token. God, 2 in 1 stage, eh? 183 other bloody entries, and I've managed almost everything else they threw at me, even to the point of perfect running areas and bosses. But this, I draw the line with. I'm not physically hurting myself for this. Oh yeah, sure, the Kirby Superstar RPG mini-boss was cute, but I quite had enough by that point. And let's not get started with the terminal nonsense. Fuman and Glitchwoman. Fuman wasn't fun. Turning arbitrarily invincible is one thing, but he has a lot of very tricky attacks and not nearly good enough tells to make dodging anything but a crapshoot. Glitchwoman is the better boss fight to a point. Using the Magmammal 2 Fortress boss team does you no favor though. If anything, it detracts. Look, I'm so cool, I'm basically a guardian. She's better than Fuman though. Her tells are more reasonable, but the stage has dragged on so long by this point, I don't care anymore and don't want to bother doing anything more than using a weakness and haphazardly end the fight. Here's my final argument as to why I think the stage fell so hard. Stages can either be greater than or lesser than the sum of their parts. If a competent level nevertheless results in a dreadful experience, then the stage is worse than a jank fest with some mediocre areas. True, that overall results in a fun playthrough. Let's give a canonical example. Mega Man Powered Up versus the original NES game comes to mind. Yes, Powered Up, it's technically superior to MM1 NES. More characters, more modes, more everything, and even has a few levels that are straight up improvement, but I'd much rather play the original. The irritation factor, oftentimes worse enemies, more obnoxious boss fights, devil, in all always is stirring to me. That's Fu Man, a competent stage that is otherwise not even slightly fun to play for me. This stage almost makes me want to weep. It has the making of one of, if not the best entries, if only it had some actual damn restraint. Post judging comment. Hey, so I have access to the source code now, I've finished judging. Did you try to force us to include your OC as a skin? It's there in the project file, fully kitted out, ready to go. So much code and many Easter eggs and assets referring to it. It's so heavily integrated in the glitch moment boss fight. Surely we must add it, right? The work is already done for us, we'd be so silly not to. No. That's not your decision. I take exception to that. As co-host of the contest, I am putting my foot down on any attempts at doing so. It's dead. I removed it. I had to reprogram how the boss partially works, but it's dead. Do not underestimate the motivation of annoyance. Don't think I didn't see the sly attempt at subtly suggesting we give you an alter weapon either, by just including one in your submission. Wow. In retrospect, that kind of proves my initial point of arrogance and lacking restraint and arrogance. And agorgance. What does that mean? And with that, this is now one of the few entries getting itself blacklisted from having any main game reference. Rats! This is being made public along with the other example to discourage this from happening in future games and contests. Out of the other example, this is the only one that actually drew my ire. I'm so thoroughly disappointed by this level.
Yikes!
Restraint, folks, restraint. This level went a bit too far.
Way too far.
There's a few interesting things, as was mentioned by some of the other judges, but it's too much. I shouldn't have to do 45 minutes, or heck, even some of the judge mentioned it took them multiple hours to get everything. And what the hell? You don't decide if there's gonna be special stuff added from your stage. That's up to the judges or even just the developer of the game itself. And well, you kind of got blacklisted for it, and
Turns them right.
yeah, high time, man. It's a relief to see a punctual competitor for once. Find a tier boss. Oh, we're actually at the boss now. Spade Magnus.
Let's go.
Oh, hey, we're on the chair. Where are they? Mirage Man. Hello? Where'd you come from? Asking close, top hat and armor. Reviving an ancient style like a god descended from the sun itself. What do you mean? Wanted to show that off to the world, but Ernest will forbade it. Tournament staff cannot enter the costume contest, he said. It would be a gross conflict of interest. Push it to the limit. Show me what you got.
Oh, he's giving you the finger.
Visions of another self. Hi, Proto Man. You believe in fairy tale? Oh, yeah. No, I've already done that. Yes. That was not too bad for a boss. How many tokens do I currently have on hand now? So I want to accumulate for the 100, but 80. I need 20 more.
Oh god.
Alright. I know I've gotten more costumes, so...
Let's go see.
Hi Sonic. I think this is from,
Yeah, ZX
from
admin.
ZX.
ZX admin, actually. Because I
I
actually
let
have
the
this.
booty slip out of my hand this time.
Oh,
Okay.
it's like a Blaze the Cat kind of thing. Okay.
Yeah, sure, we'll go with this for now.
I
That's
think
Sonic,
his
though.
review was way too harsh, though. Like, he basically went, "Don't ever make anything ever again," or "You didn't do exactly what we wanted, so we're just gonna throw you out." I get the feeling that he really wanted to unironically tell the creator to go kill themselves.
Bro,
why
what
are
are
you-
you?
Like, it feels like an attempt to stifle creativity and like, promoting stagnation.
I need a spare example. You got
I thought it
two,
was.
apparently
I
you need
thought it
three.
was 2. Anyways.
And it kind of devolved into personal attacks, basically calling the creator arrogant and shit. Like, that's too far, man.
Let's go ahead and start tier 9 now. The food carrot. Grab yourself, slice at the Taste Collective. Oh, hi, milk.
Milk?
You get. It's gonna just say nourish for everything, isn't it? You're
Diarrhea.
very helpful. Thank you. Oh, hey.
Oh,
different.
okay.
You destroy
you.
every pie you touch. Today, destroy mine and you'll pay. Okay, interesting. We've got mustard and ketchup on top of the places. Ninja of the Night by Glove the Glove. And a score of 58 on the dot. Apparently Shinryu was not a fan. Well, I'll mend 2 tokens. I see you there, Shadow Man. this music? Let's infiltrate the ninja castle and defeat the villain at the top. Restore your honor, or something like that. Interesting that you can shoot these guys without them having deployed yet. I don't think that's how it worked in the original game. The shield attackers are very dark. Castle is the other way, although you can try to get this trickery token if you are a hardcore slider. This shouldn't have worked, but it did. I'll take it. Okay. I'm sorry, I'm always afraid of Eddie now. I wonder why that would be.
Yeah, this seems plain.
Which is refreshing after that last stage. But I don't think that stage deserved, like, having the person blacklisted. Like, that is downright insane. It's not like it was, like, offensive or anything. And no, I will not get over that anytime soon.
Yep, okay.
Like, being a judge does not take that from criticism yourself. So, like, that review came off as, like, just as arrogant as the level itself, if not more so.
Ugh. Okay. Yeah, hi, Airman.
No, it wasn't the costume, it's because he dared to include a custom weapon. Which kind of boils down to how dare you have any ideas of your own. I'm amazed he is not weak to magnetic shockwave. Like every boss ever.
Okay, let's see what was the thought. Honestly, this was a fairly tame level.
Well, this isn't going to win any awards for visual aesthetic.
Steel, check your DM.
But man, that music is bopping. If nothing else, I'll remember this place for the excellent tune selection. The core of this level is pretty simple, spiky platforming with temporary blocks. No Yoku puzzles or anything like that, it's just pure platforming with the occasional short split through the rooms. Most of the enemy encounters support that, but being more obstacles than targets, but when you have to fight them, the damage sponge / shielded traits can make them a little annoying, never mind how little Bubokan and Walking Bomb contribute. In fact, that's probably the level's core issue. It's a decent platforming level, sure, but it peaks quickly, never really changing throughout or contributing new setups. The gimmick selection sadly isn't one that lends itself to a lot of the scenarios, which is probably why the level is so short. Despite that, I don't think the level tapped into its full potential either. A few longer sections, or even just outright thought-out combat sections in between platforming rooms, would go quite a ways to bring me out more of this level's potential.
Not really a whole lot to say about this one. It's a very short, very easy level that, when you really boil it down, doesn't have much going on with it. That's not to say it doesn't try though. All the enemies and gimmicks are introduced fairly through the opening segments. There's also obviously been some effort put in here to create what are meant to be tense and engaging situation, given the falling platform, rising lifts, and spikes everywhere in between. Despite how intimidating the segment might look, however, they're surprisingly easy to breeze through so long as you're even a little bit mindful of your jumps and slides. In a way, I can almost appreciate the level for that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't at least get a level satisfaction from blitzing through these sections that, on the surface, seem to be very demanding with their gimmicks and spike layouts. That being said, it doesn't change the fact that many of those challenges felt like they were treading similar grounds after just a first few instances. Even with everything I just mentioned, however, this stage ultimately ended up sticking out in my mind for the longest time, and I largely blame that on the choice of music here. While I didn't care much for the visual aesthetic, especially in the recolored enemies, the music is a completely different story. Picking that particular song from The Messenger was a good move. I knew that song. Not just for thematic reason, but also because it's an absolute earworm. If anything, I'd say this is a perfect example on how the music selection for your level can go a long way in making it more memorable. While I ultimately didn't really enjoy the stage a whole lot, for better or worse, I'm still probably going to think of it every time I hear Bamboo Boogaloo from now on. Hachi.
Oh. The Kage of the Night. Although it's nothing spectacular, I still think this is a fine and cute little level. It's always charming to see the enemies getting little rescues to match their level's theme. The music is also really poppin' and catchy, which is always great. Though the level is a little monochromatic looking, with too much purple everywhere. The gimmicks are in the form of simple block platforms, which is somewhat appropriate for this kind of theme. Feels like you're infiltrating a castle full of traps. They are definitely the strong points of the level. I really enjoyed the platform screen challenge setups. However, when it comes to enemies, there aren't enough pursuing kinds, so a lot of the rooms feel kind of slow paced, wiggling down to the beefy Hammer Joes and Susies as a result. Boss could have been someone else other than Airman, because he's just kind of meh to fight as a boss. Still funny though how he was made into a shuriken throwing air ninja machine.
Yep. Flashman.
Give me a sec. I need to put this back up. Alright. Rockin' music, a moody nighttime theme, checkpoints at regular intervals, a screen count in line with official games, and a ninja theme? Sign me up. I like how there's always ample time to react to new challenges. This is especially important in the first few screens, where several elements are introduced in rapid succession. It's not as pronounced as it could be, but there is an acceptable difficulty curve. Scrolling back the frequency of the power-ups and slowing the pace of the new asset combinations would make it even better. Sparkman platforms in the mini-boss fight would have been nice too. One criticism is that the design feels well-intentioned but messy. Most screens are far too busy, with multiple types of gimmicks and enemies combined with distractingly complex architecture. Action often takes place too close between the edge of the screen. Bottomless pits look like secret passageways. The best screens are the straightforward ones, like the first token challenge, with Eddie checkpoint and the one with the E-tank. I'll forgive the unlabeled info box at the beginning. An NPC would have been more fitting. Notwithstanding the bland background, the wall, and the opening stretch. The tile work is pleasant and conveys a sense of atmosphere. I wouldn't mind a little more color variety though. The custom enemy sprites are clever, Airman especially, but they're not quite polished enough to cross over from sprite edit to convincing ninja costume. That's my biggest lament. The level doesn't live up to the potential of the premise. I want to see dark-colored enemies hiding against dark backgrounds to surprise the player, or full-on darkness gimmick. Or Kemu Makin clouds posing as smoke bombs, not falling and rising platforms with spikes and shield attackers. The current challenges are fine, but they let some significant opportunities for stronger theming slip by.
Hi Constantine. I saw you beating Battletoads with John this afternoon. First impression, absolute music bop alert. Even assumed a level comes along that leaves a more positive impression that its mechanical parts suggest. At its core, so much of Ninja of the Night is made up of some of the more overused and generic assets, but its theming, music and atmosphere are just very cute and charming. It all helps carry the stage. Well, it's not just cute. Importantly, this stage is a great example of how even minor changes and sprite edits can help otherwise incongruous or generic assets mesh together. Whilst earlier areas of the level look fairly bad due to frequent tile cutoff, this sorry. And whilst earlier areas of the level look fairly bad due to frequent tile cutoff, this improves as the stage goes on. There have been several entries last time round that tried the darkened enemies in the darkened room. Camouflage seems like an appropriate idea after all. This is probably one of the few stages where, due to retaining enough bright areas in the sprite to stand out, the player doesn't find himself clobbered by that enemy that literally struggled to see coming. Heck, I perfected the freaking level until the boss. Most of the enemies, even the generic one, are often used as if there were obstacle rather than things just slowing the player down. This helps immensely reduce the tedium that shielded enemies normally introduced and used in high quantities. And I appreciate tokens that either reward players for paying attention or serve as a nice simple mini challenges. Good. That said, of the enemy types, the Hammer Joes aren't great here. All but one of these go against what I mentioned and mostly serve as things to stop, shoot, and move on, rather than act as genuine challenges. And while I like the design of many of the challenge rooms, often they can't be reset. An issue then one of the gimmicks removes itself when stood on. You should always avoid a player being left stranded with the forced death the only way out. Or weapon usage, I guess. At the end of the day, Ninja of the Night is not a top tier level, but does enough right and stand out that I think it's worth noting as an example going forward. And honestly, yes, the stage is rather short, but it's also fairly sweet. Ultimately, this prevents the entry from outliving its welcome. Honestly, the stage was fine. It's almost like a standard level. It's short. It's not too difficult. The gimmicks were there. All in all, just fine. I do like the freaking airman's throwing ninja star. That was pretty good. I wonder if anyone's hiring. I can barbecue, boil, broil, bake, saute, pan fry, deep fry, stir fry. I can mint grill dishes, kebabs, gumbo, soup, stew, salad, burgers, sandwiches. I can work with pineapple, lemon, coconut, pepper, potatoes. That's about it. Hi, Shadow Man. You look like a wine connoisseur. Might I interest you in a free wine flight or some wine to take home? Didn't I wreck your factory? Everybody wrecked my factory at the last festival. I knew it was a mistake to give virtual tours. When to go? Ah. Have to pour it back into the tap. I don't think that's how it works. Wine flight. Okay, that was pretty good. I see you there, Element Man. I still don't understand you. Oh, okay. I'll talk to Dive Man after this level. Bold and Trash by Tomafear, the Trash Man.
Does he spill trash around the?
Oh, I see two extremes in scoring. I see a 43 and an 83.
What's up?
I can't believe Uzorn's Lanoon made a stage.
Alright, one element.
Let's go!
Oh, this music is very quiet. Dang it. Oh, it's that type of map. Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw that those were invincible. Okay, what's going on here?
Ash has no time for your shit. No time for your shit. I had to do it with Boo Man. I'm done with this shit.
Okay. Gotta be careful. What does this say? So what's above then?
You know what the shaking text reminds me of?
What?
Banjo-Kazooie.
Oh, right, yeah. Well, then again, I didn't play Banjo-Kazooie much.
I'm Sam, also known as Secret Area Man. Thank you for coming to my secret area. I worked on that. Well, thank you.
Glowing.
Oh yeah, this place reeks with secrets.
What the Christ!
Hi, Voltman. God is dead.
God
It
is
sure
dead.
is. We killed him.
We killed him with
Roll on, kid. Before all the junk rips you apart. Get it? Because Voltman is a trash boss fight.
To be fair, he was in a trash game.
Well, that was fucking unexpected.
Okay, nice little puzzle there. Okay, looks like this is gonna be required. Interesting. Attention all trash dudes! An advancing wall of Voltman is attacking Chamber 3. Quite literally! Oh boy.
Oh, Jesus.
At least it's not glitching like crazy like another game I won't mention.
This is reminding me of Corruptions.
Oh, just it. Yeah, okay.
So when is Mario going to rewind through a tank level and into the abyss?
Oh yes, you guys missed the Dark Souls Mega Man level.
Oh, God.
It was actually not that bad. It was actually pretty
No.
good, surprisingly.
It was I liked it a lot. I even there was like this man got killed by a bunch of mimics. Fucking mimics.
How does this work?
Oh.
Okay, weird. If you hold the button, it does the small jump. So they're reverse springs for some reason. Oh, you're invincible. Kind of.
Okay.
You're not invincible to getting crushed, I guess. Right, I gotta hold the button. Very silly! Okay, this is where I died. Okay. Oh my.
Okay.
I'm gonna guess those things are dead.
Probably deadly. Let's not test that theory and move on. No, Bumpman!
Open no.
Oh, this Bumpman! Are you ready to get popped up?
No.
Oh, okay.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Oh, you got the squeezed.
Oh god, this brings you back far though.
Bad checkpoint.
Lots of instant death with no checkpoint. I'm not a fan of that.
Where's the iron checkpoint crate when you need it?
Whoa. Whoa!
What is the trash
Oh look,
man?
it's the real Cash Vanuka. Whoa! Right, okay. No, it makes sense. It's fine. No, so... Oh! I thought this would be good pass through, but no, it isn't. Those flashing lyrics do a lot of damage, though. Okay. Finally a checkpoint.
What? A checkpoint in this game? No, you kidding.
Hmm. Alright, I gotta do this. Oh boy. Thank you. This can probably easily crash you. I'll probably need this. Oh boy. I vault, man. So let's just ignore that. And okay, bye. Hopefully I didn't need you. Sure. Please try to stay on the blocks. This is what brought to you by the gimmick probably isn't understandable, gang. What?
Okay.
Oops. Oh hi, Mega Man 3 Game Boy Eddie. It gave me weapon energy when I really didn't need that. Ow.
Could be worse. He could have given you a truck.
Hi,
What
Voltmans.
the fuck?
Is this gonna get stuck again? No, actually. I feel like there's a potential for death in this. I do need this elf.
What?
Hello, Dust Volt.
Oh, why is this not over? Oh, dope man.
Also, fix this sign, Lamau. Oh god! Oh, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Ah!
Yikes!
That was kind of an epic ending to that stage, holy ball. What's the last score? Alright, functionality. Okay.
Oh god, that looks like
Did
a
not
mouthful.
enjoy it too much, apparently.
The highlight of this level is easily the junk puzzles. Once the introduction's out of the way, we get a variety of puzzles that are equal parts fun, interesting, and even hilarious. Crushing Sniper Joes with junk blocks was fun, and I enjoyed how Petaho got to do something besides just die in a charge shot. The finicky springs do drag things down a little, especially the blue ones. But the concept of reversing inputs is unique. In practice, it's royally annoying to completely flip which spot to the player, and may even be muscle memory by now. For that matter, the final block challenge before the element feels finicky, to the point I wouldn't be surprised if it glitch killed someone.
Not gonna lie, I thought it would, but anyways.
Once we get outside of the block puzzles, the level kind of falls apart. The towers on conveyor belts are a good concept to spice things up, but in practice they feel much less interesting than the puzzles. The complete lack of faith in concept doesn't help. The sign is unnecessary at best and confusing at worst. It's unnecessary because the first section is an adequate feature for staying on the blocks, especially since there's a checkpoint. It's confusing because staying on the blocks at all costs can get you killed in the Voltman segment, and you have no reason not to assume that the gimmick has different rules the second time around. For that matter, the Voltman sections are more annoying than the actual bot himself. The introduction has so much crud on screen that it actually hurts to look at. The advancing wall of Voltman is a lie. It always stays a certain distance away and never actually touches you. And then the two Voltman walls with the array of rainbow death lyrics below the player. That's too much animation, meaning we swing right back to being painful on the eyes. Combine this with a rather long length, the level is around 50 screens, when the average is about 25, then we have an irony that overstays its welcome. If there's one thing I'd advise adjusting, it would be either revamping or outright scrapping the Voltman sections. Right now, the only Voltman that isn't terrible is the Volt Dust Hybrid, and that's just a reskin.
Yep. Well, that was a bit odd to put it mildly. There's one thing I can point to in this level's favor is that it has some interesting gimmick applications. The blocks and springs are used to create some pretty decent platforming segments, even if they're a bit finicky sometimes. The space you have to work with in some of these sections can be rather tight, and something about the way the block interacts with things just feels off. Thankfully, nothing broke on me, at least until the end of the stage, and the platforming remained manageable for the most part. Unfortunately, this does not make up for some of the stage's more glaring issue. For one, I question why the Voltman imagery had to be here if it wasn't going to amount to much more than some overdone jokes. That advancing wall of Voltman looked like it could have been used for an actual gimmick, but ended up just being a semi-interesting looking effect that follows the screen and poses no threat. The only time the Voltmen actually do anything is during the final stretch of the level, where they serve as a visual distraction, as well as being an obtuse hint that some of the blocks in this part are indestructible, despite not having the invincibility glow surrounding them. As for the ending, I honestly think this level really should have stopped once the Dust Voltman fusion fight was over. The final clamp has the tendency to break if you don't start jumping the moment the blocks begins passing through the conveyor belt. I've been shunted off them into the spike more than once. I'm actually surprised that did not happen to me. Thankfully, there's a checkpoint at the bottom of this part, so at least you don't have to refight the boss if you happen to die. Overall, it's a rough nut to end this somewhat strange level on, if anything. Its level definitely stands out for some of its visual, and the concept it was stored with block puzzle, that's for sure.
This has a similar set of gimmicks to another certain block conveying factory entry in this contest, but they are executed way better here in my opinion. I really enjoyed the creative implementations of the jump blocks, creating stepping stones, crushing enemies, using them as platforms to ride on. It's all pretty amazing, especially with the red springs that only work for non-player entities. So you would need them to bring in the dust blocks so that you can spring up with it. Really impressed with that. The puzzle rooms I really like where you need to bring certain dust blocks down to proceed. I just enjoy how the assets are put together for such creative interactions. It was a bit underwhelming to have just a bog standard Dustman fight after all that, but I suppose that's fine. Ease out on the chaos towards the end. The entire spam could potentially be problematic for lower end systems, if not already a little bit nausea-inducing visually, even if it's funny.
That's it. Alright. Flashman.
Old and trash, more like belongs in the bottom of tier 9. This level, like its referential name, doesn't entirely make sense if you're not on the same wavelength as the creator, and even then it's a stretch to say that it works. There's a connection between the convoluted architecture, frequently unclear puzzle objectives, and even an uneven difficulty. The flying Voltmen, while entertaining, are a visual and technical disaster. The flashing invincibility effect is somewhat overwhelming at times. Players can grind for infinite keys, get permanently stuck in a comically large number of places, and get smacked around by a Joe immediately after starting at a checkpoint. Even the obscure Easter egg needs rethinking. Why would I get a pat on the back for a trick shot that shouldn't even work? Fortunately, I have a high tolerance for messy design, even if it's manageably difficult and sufficiently creative. Nothing here is so harsh or precise that it ruins my fun, and I actually really like the concept behind most of these challenges. Thanks to all of the gimmicky twits, my favorites being the drop platforms, key doors, and bounce inverting springs, the block puzzles feel fresh and engaging. Invincible enemies are handled well, and I'm especially impressed with the pesky Joe on the conveyor block ride, when I don't scroll him off the screen. The boss fight is barely different enough to make Dust Man feel challenging again, and the finale succinctly captures the whimsicality of the level. The focused theming and title work, a uniquely moody music, irrelevant sense of humor give this level a highly distinct atmosphere that I enjoy. I think it needs a lot of work to be recognized as a good level, but for me, it's a welcome addition to this contest. Now, if you excuse me, I have an epic secret room to reblog.
Wait, was there another secret room than the one I found? Anyways, I like this level. I was hoping to love it. I really enjoy the puzzles in the level as it makes use of the unusual mechanics for Mega Man. However, the graphics were an absolute eyesore and the mechanics were very inconsistent through. Almost every block section was designed different and felt like clever design, being able to work out what to do without ever frustrating the player due to having a confusing run layout. The middle of stage where junk blocks and springs are combined in a number of interesting and unique ways was superb and the highlight of the level. Unfortunately, the level was a mess. The gimmicks could add inconsistently, sometimes the same object would add differently. The most obvious example are the spikes, which are sometimes instant death, and the rainbow lyrics, which were also sometimes instant death, but also sometimes destroyed jump blocks and oftentimes did not. Even the springs in the level had different strengths yet identical graphics. There is one room about halfway where a red spring on the right of the room bounces a block really slowly. There are quite a few more, but I don't feel like writing a novel. Then the eye hurt. They hurt. Why did you put poor Voltman to such an obnoxious use? Every use was actually painful to look at and added nothing to the stage. A judge copy of the stage has several rooms filled with hundreds of Voltman's objects across the whole screen that could not be interacted with in any meaningful way, and sometimes they rapidly cycled colors. The sheer amounts of effect elsewhere is also hard to look at. The invincible blocks and enemies should have had different graphics rather than the default flashing effects, as there are several rooms filled with invincible objects placed for your puzzles. Yeah, this level, while it was a bit jank, it was okay. I feel like in the middle there with all the crushing block section, there maybe should have been one more checkpoint, but honestly that's my only gripe with the stage. It was not too bad. Bit of the long side, but I'm okay with that, I guess. Welcome to the dive bar, where the menu is 20,000 leagues deep. Unfortunately, due to shipping mix-up, all I have is mayonnaise. What can I read you? This mayonnaise? Different brands though. Kraft, Hellmetals, Blue Plate, Dr. Kane's QPP.
What?
I like a sandwich. You did hear me say that all I have is mayonnaise, right? Have you considered the logistic of a mayonnaise sandwich?
Ew.
And I'd like to live in a reality where my customers didn't last to consume mayonnaise as a beverage.
Ew.
I'm wondering if this is supposed to be a mystery tank.
Mayonnaise tank.
Okay, there's clearly something here. I don't know.
Have you tried a charge shot? Maybe it opens from the other side.
Maybe. I just noticed that this level has a pizza. What does this mean? Devil Factory by Cheese.
I got a time penalty.
Yeah, all the scores are over 70. It's mostly because of that time penalty again. One element, one token. Let's have a look. Whoa. Funky track already. Okay, this is an invincible one. Oh. Oh no.
Oh boy, I think I know what the boss is gonna be. It's your best buddy!
Well, thankfully you have Thunder Beam. Oh, hi. Ah! Okay, so it does hurt while it's moving.
It's an interesting spin on Yoku blocks.
Indeed. It's a safe, right? Oh no. It's those weird things from Yoshi's Island.
It's that sponge cake platform. Time to get stuck in the ceiling and flutter your way out.
Baby. Screw it, I'll just tank it. Oh Jesus Christ.
Oh jeez.
Okay, well at least the one it spawns are not Stop following me.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, now we pass. Dang it. I'm just gonna go slow just in case, damn it. And of course Magnet Beam is disabled. God damn it. There we go. Ah! Yeah! Oh-ho! Gotta get through under the cheese. Wait. Oh.
Ah.
Okay. You can freeze that. Don't think that was supposed to be there. Okay, well that was the only element of this, the only token of the stage, so... Not supposed to go that high. I don't trust you. We're freezing you. These things go so fast. Are they so fat? Okay, it's fine, I guess. Jeez. Oh. They're very jumpy, I guess. You mind coming back here? Unavoidable damage. Yeah, let's use Break Dash. Shit. Shit. Damn it. Too fast.
Too fast, too... Fuck. Too fuck, yeah. That's exactly what I said before my internet had a hiccup.
Okay, some health.
Alright. So, I got Star Revenge 2.5 working.
Huzzah.
I had a quick look at it, and,
This is shit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it turns out the bug involving the scrolling
those
textures.
scrolling textures.
Yeah,
Shit.
it
That
turns out.
info, I also got Star Revenge 5 working. But,
Yeah,
I
I'm guessing
think we want to
that's a
play
book.
2.5 because the first level is already like similar to the final levels of like the other games.
Oh boy. But yeah, I was going to say that the bug involving the scrolling textures seems to be an engine problem, not the mod problem.
Okay, there's a little Met symbol up there, and I kind of like it. Yep. How? Okay.
Okay, sure.
Was not expecting this to be the fight, but that was, you know. Well, there's cheese pizza.
Well, it's not a dread-inducing concept or anything. Thankfully, Devil Factory eschews the tedious problems of actual devils by converting them into a gimmick obstacle hybrid, and it's one of the more interesting ideas I've seen in a while. The Devil Blocks are simple, but they're malleable enough to create a massive variety of scenarios, including a mini-boss or two, and supplemented well by clever scenarios with searchies and conveyor belts. The only real gimmick weakness is the goop pools. While the bouncy green ones makes an excellent twist, I found the yellow ones didn't really add anything substantial. Besides the clever setup for gimmicks, Devil Factory's other biggest strength is theming. As far as I remember, every enemy here is a form of one-eyed, or some form of one-eyed, which creates a wonderful sense of cohesion. Sadly, those enemies are how those enemies are used isn't always perfect. While Yonbane, Peterchi, what the fuck? And Petit Devil handle beautifully, with Yonbane and the garbage making excellent invincible enemies, and Petit Devil actually getting to do its thing even with charge shots against it. I found Jump Roller dull without his fireballs, and Watcher tends to be less effective when it appeared, or it tended to be ineffective when it appeared. As far as the level itself goes, it's really solidly made overall, and one thing I particularly like is that it manages to be challenging without a heavy reliance on instant death. I can only think of maybe one room where spikes were super prominent, otherwise screwing up usually just means taking damage or having to backtrack to the start of the room. Granted, if you end up backtracking several times, like in the room before the first green Petit Devil, it can get really tedious. Thankfully, clever weapon usage can usually get around that, and the level plays well even if you end up backtracking a bunch. But there's definitely some kinks to iron out, mainly in the form of underutilized elements. Devil Factory is an excellent piece of work. As a final note, I was pleasantly surprised by the boss fight. That swarm of devil cores was much more interesting than the traditional devil fight.
I do agree on that one. I'll fully admit I'm not a fan of most devil-related things in the official series. The nice thing about fan games, though, is that they can take concepts from the original games that were either underutilized or didn't work out, and turn them into something better. I think this level right here is a prime example of just that. For one, I love the concept of this level alone. Taking the usual Yellow Devil segment, shifting and making platform segments out of them is a wonderful idea. Each of the segments surrounding them are well constructed and force you to be mindful of your positioning. I especially like the Devil Goop floors, as they not only add to the overall theme and aesthetic of the stage, but they also subtly affect your positioning in a way that makes dealing with nearby hazard a bit more interesting. I also like the way the enemies here were presented, as Petit Devil are no longer completely neutered by a single charge shot, making them an actual threat for once. The same goes for the Yonbanes, although I did find I was able to outrun and outright ignore them most of the time, save for one room early on. So the overall effort here to take the otherwise weak enemies and give them more of a presence is very commendable. I'd say the only parts that I didn't like as much would be when you're faced against a wall of the devil segments. To me, these just felt like dodging typical Yellow Devil patterns. The last one before the boss does manage to be a bit more intimidating, but I still can't help but feel like it was a quick way to sap some of your health before getting to the boss proper. That said, I really like the end boss itself. Again, it's a fun take on a familiar concept, having a bunch of Petit Devil doing attacks as a group rather than just one big devil fight. Overall, it was a very solid ending to a very nice stage that put a new spin on some old enemies. Great work!
Luna's gone, so someone else will have to take over.
Mass-produced metal-casted boomos. This is quite a creative stage indeed. I like the devil cubes moving back and forth to form platforms and being damaging obstacles while moving. The gel where Mega Man sinks down on is also a strange but cool gimmick. The green ones where it bounces you up reminds me a bit of Portal. Ow. Though the stage can be a bit overbearing with some of the later sessions, specifically with the conveyor belts into the mix, then those annoying switcher enemies flying by more to get in the way than actually making the conveyor switch hazardous. I'm almost convinced that their spammage was deliberate. The Magnet Beam pickup could have been put into an earlier portion of the level, specifically the part just before the room you get the thing in, where it would have been the most useful. I do get it that Petit Devils are there to keep you from skimming through everything, but I kind of feel their numbers can be tweaked down a bit. The boss is very creatively done with how many patterns they can use, almost too many, since there were some that I didn't get to see in the first few attempts. I like the concept of taking them down one by one, each with their own health pool until the last one becomes vulnerable. Just wish they weren't made fully immune to tornado blow or magnetic shockwave. But I thought everything was weak to magnetic shockwave. Would have been pretty satisfying to tear through them all. Oh well, Thunderbeam is somewhat sufficient enough.
Oh wow, so I did good by using Thunderbeam, alright. Flashman.
Good music is integral to a good Mega Man level, and Battle and Chase was definitely the way to go. The soundtrack pairs perfectly with the challenges to create an atmosphere that was frantic and fun. The delightful array of one-eyed enemies, creative devil-inspired gimmicks, and tidy industrial graphics tie up the whole theme together. I appreciate when a level so thoroughly lives up to its name. A lot is thrown at the player at the first few screens and across the entire level, but it never feels overwhelming. There are plenty of places to catch your breath and grab a refill. There's an understanding learning curve. That searchy introduction is the best I've seen. Invincible enemies that are the only thing I might cut, but they're handled well. Devil blocks are a highlight, especially in the final corridor and anywhere the blocks are used as platforms. It's extremely helpful that the background graphics, almost always, indicate where the blocks will land. Glitch hunters and speedrunners may try to shut themselves through the ceilings when the blocks solidify. They will not be disappointed. I did the spongy ground, which alters gameplay in interesting ways and allows for some neat puzzles. I might have liked a different texture for the bouncy kind, though. Remember, color blindness. As they say, the devil is in the details, and which is the difference between me liking and loving the level. The free scaling section feels rough around the edges. I don't mind that magnet beam is locked. I find that there's basically nowhere to use it once it's unlocked. It annoys me that one area punishes failure with prolonged backtracking through awkward architecture. What matters more are many successes. Things like Dynamic Swarm Boss, which avoid the pitfalls of enemy span and obvious weapon weaknesses. This level knows exactly what it wants to be, and I'm impressed by how everything works together to enhance the experience.
ACESpark. I'm just looking at the level name. You're left filled with dread about the prospect of fighting about what is one of the dullest boss in video game history. But as the saying goes, never judge a book by its cover. By using devil elements as stage hazard, you manage to breathe life in such a malign enemy type. Turning the devil blocks into a platform feels like a very natural way to use a blocky enemy. The walls were a very nice touch, as you only encounter the pattern once, losing the repetitive nature of the OG devils. The gooey floor was interesting in concept, but doesn't quite work here. Enemies are suddenly much harder to deal with, which may not have been a problem if there weren't so many to deal with. The green goo does not allow very jump height, and messes with all timing that the player has learned throughout the game. This resulted in a couple of very frustrating rooms with significant difficulty spikes. Surprising as the rest of the level is relatively tame. I liked how the ice wall was required for the token, and freezing the goo was a nice touch. However, backtracking to the start of the previous room was not fun after completing it once, only to spot a secret at the end. I mean, you get the magnet beam, just use it. The graphics were mediocre and under-detailed. The backgrounds had far too much contrast with pure black and sections of very bright color, and the lack of animation made the stage feel a little lifeless. The boss is the highlight of the level. He manages to both impress and maintain interest without being overly difficult. It is nice to see someone else taking notes from me and make the devil almost entirely vulnerable throughout. The boss has a lot of different attacks, but usually has enough of a tail to deal with them. The second phase did not feel tacked on, but an interesting way to finish off the last few devils. This was a really interesting level. Seriously, taking a devil boss and making it interesting is something that I can definitely commend someone from doing. 9th generation of Sybil Journey to Stays Collective. We sample so much we're just fit to burst. fact, we often do. Oh, so that's why they explode. Oh hey, this conveyor actually works. Well, we'll talk to these guys afterwards. Rockbound Facility by Jimmy Turner, 58.80. And I think I saw one element free tokens. Yeah. This is your commander speaking. We have reports that an hostile robot has taken control of the facility. Please investigate as soon as you can. Okay, looks like we have a weird remix of Uranus' theme. It's a bit quiet once again. And Uranus platform, so yeah, makes sense, I guess. Thank God I can go through the chain. Just wait it out. Okay. Considering we're past over 100 entries at this point, we're starting to get into the good shit now. Slowly but surely. Ah, dang it. Okay. Ah. Okay. That's the first token in the books. Cards from Jewelman Stage. Feel like the only way I can really get this is with Roach Bike. Not it matters too much, but I figured you'd show up. Okay, all the spikes get destroyed. What's over here? Oh no. Okay. I'll take that over a truck in the face. Ugh. I don't need an E-tank. I'm not even gonna bother. I'm already full anyways. I probably could just cheese this with utilities. And honestly, maybe I should have, but this is fine. The challenge is fairly fair on this. This part is a little nerve-wracking, but that's beside the point. I wish I could go through the Uranus platform, but you can't. Okay. And there it is. Oof.
Hey, guess what?
Uh-oh.
Wait, what?
Eddie truck. If it wasn't such a bad level, I'd just show the Eddie truck, but then again, there's a clip.
I'm still waiting for the highlight from that says, "Stop right there, criminal stop."
This seems too easy to get. And yet, we're just fine. Ugh.
Music sounds a bit too quiet.
It is very quiet. The problem is then there's other songs that are way too fucking loud. But yeah, it's essentially a remix on the Uranus theme from Mega Man 5 Game Boy. You're kind of camping, bro. Okay, do I even... Yeah, no. No thanks, I'm good. And you again. Within easier area than the last one. Huh. Sure. I don't really need it, but I'm interested in this. GG. Okay, bye. Looks like there's something on the left. I'm not sure what that's all about. Might have been a previous token, to be fair. Weapon tank. Not really any points for me to go for that. Yeah, I'm maxed out and I don't think I need that much weapon energy anyways. Okay, bye, shield attacker. Okay, who's the boss? I did enjoy this level. It was quite a nice little romp. Makes sense. Makes sense it would be Uranus.
I don't get it. He doesn't look like a bike.
It's nice to actually have his weakness, even though it's kind of hard to hit him with it. Oh, let's see the judge commentary for Rockbound Facility.
Uranus graphics, Uranus music, Uranus platforms, Handu T-Kamen, and Uranus himself. Yeah, it feels like an attempt to remix Uranus' stage. As far as remixes go, this is a bit more different than the norm. Instead of the rocket heads and moving platforms, we have stone blocks and shield attackers. There's also press, basemat, and Karakari, with Adamski as a dishonorable mention, because all it really does is mask the intro of the fairly cool remix. For me, the highlight of the stage is Shield Attacker. I'm used to this enemy being fairly cut and paste with little to nothing interesting in its placement. However, this level has a lot of good shield attackers, particularly in tandem with the various platform gimmicks. Space Med is also surprisingly threatening, though it is mostly because he is quite good at knocking people into pits. Finally, T-Kamen's second battle was something he desperately needed, making him a lot more fun and less annoying. Of course, this makes his regular version much harder than his second version, which is a bit off for the difficulty curve. What assets I didn't mention are, as a whole, inoffensive. The level's design is solid, with good intros, fun challenges, and a gradual build into a decent climax. Unfortunately, the remix aspect could be more than a little boring, especially because it doesn't fix the excessive length issues from Uranus' original stage. More importantly, the graphics feel incredibly boring. Normally, Mega Man stages have a fairly bright palette. This just looks washed out and dull. While the aesthetics here could be completely functional, his weaknesses definitely drop the fun score. In the end, the level's decent but hardly great. You're into the stage one of the weaker ones in the series, but this needs a bit more work to be the improvement he needs.
This is very middle of the road average level. I tried for the longest time to think of a better opening description for it, but I honestly couldn't. These types of stages are always the most difficult to talk about, as they typically don't offer much to discuss. Platforming in the stage is in the middling zone where there's nothing outstanding about it, but there's also nothing wrong with it either. If anything, I'd say there is only a few major faults here, besides the level itself being a bit bland. The first of this is the enemy selection. The sheer amount of shield attackers and handus made many sections of this level a chore to get through without weapons. Spamming the laser trident basically becomes a staple of the stage throughout the first half. Thankfully, the number of shielded enemies get stoned down after the first mini-boss, but then starts to pick back up again the closer you get to the end. The other major problem here is the stage's length. The level really should have wrapped things up around the point where the second mini-boss showed up. I just kept going. Coupled with platforming segments that felt interchangeable at best and no real noticeable difficulty curves outside of maybe some of the token rooms, it makes a stage where I honestly couldn't recall many parts of it that were actually engaging. Really, there's not much else to say beyond that. The basis for the platforming segment is decent as said, but it really could have done with a more distinct difficulty curve and better enemy section to make it stand out more. A rock solid level.
A rock solid level. Difficulty is now pretty low. Stage length is good, although a little on the longer side. And the token locations are nicely marked and decently challenging. Really, the usage of the sinking rock platforms, especially the parts where there are spikes right beneath them, quite clever setups going on there where you can stand on where the spikes were before, the rock would sink further down. The platforming portions are fair in design and forgiving, but still provide a decent challenge. I found the first encounter with the mini-boss with the swaying platforms with the gaps in between to be a lot harder than the second encounter where it's simply a stretched rotating platform and you can keep jumping to avoid sinking too far down. The shield attackers may be a bit abundant throughout. It could probably cut the ones that are just strafing back and forth with no other obstacles, for example. Surely enough, the Ernest is the boss of the stage, and the music, tile set gimmicks, and any boss weren't enough of a giveaway. It's a fitting boss fight for the stage for sure. It definitely wraps up this sort of imagining for the Ernest stage nicely.
Flashman.
Oh, sorry. Several levels in this concept have rock or facility in the title, so it's perhaps unsurprising that I couldn't immediately recall any details about this level when I went to replay it for this review. What is surprising, however, is how much of the level I still couldn't remember even after I got back into it. In terms of things that upset or excite me enough to stick in my memory, this level is very middle of the road. I can forgive the long load times, which delectably moody music almost works better with that bit of anticipation up front. The visuals are clean and appealing, and the enemies and gimmicks make sense and work well together. But I pegged this off as a riff on my Mag Metal 2 level long before it was registered as a remix of Uranus from Mega Man 5. Dev kit assets in a space rock level starting with a text box giving instructions felt awfully familiar. I don't mind some familiarity though, as long as the gameplay makes up for it. The difficulty is unremarkable, perhaps even too easy if you bust out the special weapons. The token paths are interesting, but it isn't until the last 10-12 screens that made the main path really hits its stride. The boss is acceptably generic, although they could stand to be trickier. The mini-bosses follow the standard fight, then harder fight format, that I so enjoy. So the wow factor isn't entirely there, but I like the overall design. The layout is intuitive, enemy placement is thoughtful, it's nice to see Handu getting some love, and everything feels fair and deliberate. My main suggestions are to condense the screen count a little and check all the following block puzzles for potential logistical problems. Oh, and maybe ditch the text box at the start, if that's all the story we're gonna get. The fact that this is a Mega Man level already is enough of an excuse to blow up some robots.
So this is a stage remake. As I may have already said several times already, stage remakes have an uphill battle. Stage remakes needs to bring something new to the table. I don't want to just play the original, but worse, if I wanted to play Uranus' stage, I could just boot up my copy of Mega Man 5 for Game Boy. And his stage decided to go the wrong way downhill. I don't know, it was fine. This is literally just Uranus' stage with the weird and wacky enemies of 5 GB, replaced with what are basically stock assets. Why have anything as wacky as a sea lion doing ball tricks and birds somehow flying in the depths of space, named after a word for vomit, when you can have mine carts in the mine and space mats in space. Which of course, so did every other mine level and space level use those enemies too. Ugh. It really doesn't help how basic these enemies are either, although the few space mats are positioned just perfectly to knock you into a pit as you try to traverse slow platforming segments are really nice and not all that cute. The dev kit is huge and contains some wacky stuff. To have had any chance at all, the stage needed to explore it rather than going with the obvious and using the first thing that pops in your head. Oh, I guess you kept Handu around. He brought his cloning machines with it. There was a reason Uranus barely used that asset. He's a very, very slow to deal with enemy. And the already slow level gets even slower. So yeah, this is Uranus stage, but worse. Much worse. It was a further uphill climb for me as I, along with many others, really do consider Uranus stage the weakest of the star droids, simply due to the sheer length and lack of variety. Which this level further reinforces with that whole stock assets thing. There are segments that would be copy-pasted from the original, except for the screen resolution. The mini-boss is just more awkward to deal with here. The few token rooms feel not only obvious to spot, but also basically pointless, as it's more of the same rather than anything novel. It's probably up there with the Ancient Tomb stage from Magma Level 2, but I guess this isn't a completely a copy-paste job, so yeah, whatever. I'm not even fond of the aesthetic. I don't know if it's something you found on the internet or your own, but if you did make it, I feel like using a Wally War stage style background alongside NES style enemies means the entire thing feels disjointed and off-putting. The fact the stage is effectively flat, lacking the parallax and tileset variety found in Wily Wars, just make it dull to look at. It is probably an first effort or close to one, so maybe I'm being too harsh here. I implore people that wish to do stage remakes to find a way to bring new life to the stage best qualities, and the verge where it makes things more interesting. Even with just the dev kit, several entries this time have proved you can teach old dogs new tricks. All this stage ended up doing is sucking the life out of what was already a rather lifeless level. I don't know, I thought this level was fine. It's basic as hell. It is sort of a Uranus remix, but it's fine. Master,
reading these reviews, these huge walls of in text negative reviews is exhausting. It's like, oh my god, it's like a list of complaints to the manager.
I'm the magnificent gourmet, the golden chef. Please, I invite you to eat my hat. What? What's all this? I used to say that if anyone else's cooking impressed me, I would eat my hat. Hats are delicious if prepared properly, of course. But when no one took up my challenge, I offered a cash prize. I've yet to put my money where my mouth is, but I did recently part with a large sum for hat-related reason. Thus, I'm recouping my loss by simply selling chapeau-shaped pastries to the common folk. Wear it, tear it, shake it. I'm on a diet. You can eat all you want if you're on the Atking diet. Atkins diet. Then again, everyone around you prefers the Rockland Dash diet. You don't have room for it. This is fine cuisine, you know. It's probably an eating. Hi, Sonic Man. This meal is outrageous. I run the drive-thru. I've never heard of a personalized convenience fee. I'm complaining. You didn't want me to pay at the counter, so they had to build me to deliver the check to you personally. People behind me need to stop. I can't enjoy my pepper shaker like this. Sorry, I don't have time to be you social. I'm up to 9 nectar and work. Okay, next
so
level.
Many fucking puns.
Thermal Tundra by Muff. M-U-F. I'll just call him Muff or her Muff. 59 on the dot.
Is he actually a muffler from Oregon Trail?
I don't know. 1 element, 4 tokens.
Oh, I wish the judges
And
were
we
because
have
then we
a
wouldn't have to
skipped
read
up
like
order.
17 paragraphs about how much these levels suck.
What the get fragged? There has to be a switch somewhere.
Oh, there's a.
Wait a second.
What?
Okay, I get it now.
Oh. Oh. Heat. You can't let yourself overheat or you take damage. Cute.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a long way to go, though, to do this.
Oh boy, I saw
And
that.
the ice does not come back. Yep, I saw the skip teleporter too.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
Goodbye. Oh, jeez. The fire actually makes these smoke screen actually burst. Okay, that's kind of a thing. Ah!
Oh god, it's that explosive gas from that one vault in New Vegas. Quick, throw a grenade. And get to safety.
God damn it. Ah! You gotta be shitting me.
I'm sorry, but you're too cold.
Fucking fuck!
I swear, like some of the reviews, or some of the reviews by the judges are akin to Ulysses'
Oh, come
ramblings.
on!
Okay, it's a nice gimmick and all, but this is a bit much.
God, these things do not actually hurt you. Oh, jeez. Okay, and those snowballs actually quickly decrease your heat gauge. Ah, boy, I see those spikes. Not a fan.jpg. Yeah. God damn it. Fucking fuck.
Not a fan.jpg.
Give me all the snow, please. Oh, okay. Hmm. May I help you?
Hi, Heat Devil.
fucking fuck! Jesus Christ. Jesu Cristo. Too much. I actually have to wait for the freaking heat bar to go down. That is one thing that really kills this level, the pacing. Having to wait for this stupid bar to go down to not take stupid amounts of damage every time is kind of ludicrous.
You'd think they'd at least provide a way to get it down quickly here. Instead of...
Yeah, like the snowballs, but nope, not even there.
It's reminding me of those safe zones in Prime 2 where you had to sit there and wait for your health to regenerate. Because there was nothing like around for farming.
Oh,
no.
Now we have the opposite.
Oh, fun.
Oh, what the fucking fuck?
Oh, that is...
What
that
the
is...
shit, Christ.
That is mean.
Okay, I think for once I might agree with the harsh judges on this one. Started out cute, but it really did not need to go this far.
Yeah, this kind of overstayed its welcome.
Yeah, goddammit. That was my bad.
Yeah, but it was kind of funny.
Oh man, what is the pattern of these things?
3-1-2 apparently. While it's being blocked by smoke, because fuck you.
Come on.
X card on me.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Doesn't help that there's really no real indication whether, like, when this is going to hurt you. Like, sometimes you'll just start taking damage out of the blue. I wonder what happens if you're...
God.
I didn't even see those.
I did not see those either. Goddamn. Yeah.
For the sake of science, what happens if your cold meter gets too high?
You'll probably take damage too.
If so, then that's pretty boring. You need to freeze to square.
It's freeze to be square.
That was a spin.
Yep,
Yeah,
you just take damage.
No.
Ah,
This would be interesting resource management if it weren't for the fact that it also kills you. Too much shit on screen.
How even would you get fire up here? I guess from here. What if I just wait it out for a bit?
Fight it out.
You're right next to lava. Well, it should totally just go up, right? 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 Fuck.
Give me back one of my things, please, and thank you.
All my pleases and thank yous.
Okay, Goku. Oh no, not this thing again. Okay, there's a giant lava monster chasing you. How is your cold meter going up?
Sometimes it's time to stop.
Yeah,
This level is too long and the gimmick has worn out its welcome.
Yeah, this is a bit too much.
They really shouldn't have made this hurt you.
Okay.
Alright. I think this is the end, thankfully. Ah, 20 minutes. Hi there. Okay, that's not your weakness. That's not your weakness. That does more than 1 damage, but I didn't see how much. Only 1. That does
my God,
1.
damage. The
That
damage.
does
What?
1.
He's not weak to magnetic shockwave? But every boss is weak to that.
Good.
Great.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
Wonderful.
Outstanding.
I can't see shit.
It only did 1
Too
damage.
much shit on the screen.
Maybe.
Oh, Jesus Crispies.
That's all I can say. Just
That
What
MP3.
even was that? Okay, I need to test the theory before judge commentary.
Yeah, it gives you an E-tag.
Big balaclava baklava. Oh boy, okay, so reviews are a bit skewed.
I think I'm gonna agree with Flashman and Ace the most.
Well, we'll see.
A fire ice level, alright, it could be interesting. Having to manage your temperature, see the right level of hot versus cold, a fine gimmick, and it's pretty interesting how it works with the ice blocks. Adding the heat tellies made things more interesting since you can control the layout. And the snowdrops created very different scenarios, rushing as fast as possible to the next safe zone. Oh, hey,
Thank you for the raid,
you're
MC.
just here for a review of a really annoying level. All of this is pretty good, and then the level keeps going. It keeps adding more twists until it feels like you're trying to juggle 10 chainsaws while running screaming on a unicycle and trying to sing Quick Man a cappella style. I can see that.
It just keeps going like an overamped Energizer Bunny.
That right there is the biggest flaw. Building on your gimmick is a good thing to do, don't get me wrong. But there's a time to stop. And Thermal Tundra flew way past it. The beginning section was great, I agree. The heat gimmicks intro is very natural. I'm not even pronouncing that, and Fire Met are excellent obstacles, and steam vents and heat tellies add an excellent spin on the ordeal. Later on, Snowdrops are an excellent example of how to twist a gimmick well. Only with a small new asset, the place completely changes into something new, eventually culminating in a fun mid-boss. Although the lava bubble is a bit irritating.
A bit? Anyways.
I disagree. It is very annoying. Unfortunately, this drops the ball afterwards. No kidding. Big time. Instead of trying to stretch the heat gimmick a little further, we trade off for a bunch of cold-based gimmicks. I guess it's called Thermal Tundra, but there was already a nice balance between hot and cold, and this new piece overcomplicates things. To make matters worse, the player doesn't have nearly as much time to get used to this before it takes a nasty turn. Even just standing around can eventually hurt you, unlike the heat section. And the auto-scroll mid-boss that it stacks and everything is just too much at once. I'm honestly not sure if it can be done without taking damage and just using the Buster. There's just too much going on to track. Sadly, the boss isn't much better. Thermal Man isn't as frustrating as the death throes of his minion, but he has a similar issue of overcomplication. By my count, he has about 10 different attacks spread across 3 different forms, and this includes variations like the faster fireball. Having that many attacks could work, provided that he had the health bar to use them. However, he dies quickly enough that it's basically impossible to see everything he has to offer. Much like his level, Thermal Man is too complicated for what he tries to be, and as a result, he just kind of falls flat. I want to like him, just like I want to like this level, but the complexity really needs to be toned down.
Shinryu. I don't think I've ever wanted to lick a stage, but just couldn't bring myself to as much as this one. Yeah, several things that should all add up to make a great level. Nice visual and theming, and an interesting gimmick, enemy and room layout synergy, and so on. Unfortunately, the more it goes on, the more its design devolves into pure chaos. To preface something real quick, although the main gimmick can certainly amplify things in a negative way, I don't think it's entirely to blame for the stage issue. I actually found the temperature meter to be rather enjoyable to deal with for roughly the first half or so of the level. It gets applied in ways that manage to make things engaging, but not overwhelming, at first. The section when you need to build up heat then race to the end of a room to melt a barricade of ice block is a great example of this. Mainly since it's set up in a way where you'll most likely go through the room first without filling the meter, which actually gives you a good preview of the enemies and obstacle you need to deal with. Sure, there's a bit of waiting involved with some of these setups, but you'll usually never be stuck sitting around for too long thanks to how quickly the meter fills up. Unfortunately, the rest of the stage doesn't really have the same sense of restraint. Herein lies the fatal flaw of the level. The temperature meter isn't the type of gimmick that works well when you have too many other elements at play. The cave section leading up to the magma devil, along with the mini-boss itself, already pushes the limit of what's manageable alongside the meter. As room layouts start to get more complex, enemies begin piling up, and a new gimmick that cools down your meter is thrown into the mix. Unfortunately, things just keep escalating from there. Kemumakins go from being a minor visual distraction to outright annoying with how many explosions they can flood the screen with. Oh, so it's those things from Mega Man 8, okay. Challenges focus more on managing the cold meter variant, which gets tedious due to how slow some of the methods of decreasing it are. Also, the less said about the annoying process of getting the final token, the better. Agreed. All of this makes for an overly busy second half, which culminates at the end into an auto-scroll segment so chaotic, I'd honestly be surprised if it was even possible to avoid taking damage during it. I doubt it. As for the end boss, while he's certainly interesting, he unfortunately suffers from the same problem as the stage itself. He has too much going on. I didn't even get the chance to see all of his attack the first time I fought him. In a way, I guess that could be seen as a positive, and that the fight never plays out the same way twice, given some form of replayability. But I'm honestly not really a fan of missing out on a boss's attack pattern, simply because they have too many of them. Even though the fight is at least interesting, it's not enough to salvage most of what came before it. Overall, if this stage doesn't overload itself with so many things as it went on, this would have easily been one of my favorite levels in the contest. As it is now though, I can't say I enjoyed it that much.
You know what would have improved this level? Replacing Thermal Man with Pump Man!
Yeah, Pump Man!
He'll pump you up! Hot or cold, hot and cold! I like the concept. I thought the mechanic of managing your temperature in order to navigate through hot and cold obstacles is a really cool idea. But this seems absolutely brutal in difficulty. Too brutal in it that it's actively hindering fucking, I do that all the time. And now the pop-up is blocking half my screen.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. Alright. But hindering the overall the enjoyment overall.
Now, so I noticed the portrait of Patchy at the top right. She's kind of pissed.
I can't imagine why.
I wonder why.
Gee, I wonder why. Kind of like the rest. Kind of like the rest of us here right now.
No kidding. A lot of the time, the stage asks you to do the section fast, either because you need to keep your temperature high enough, but not high enough to hurt yourself from overheating, in order to mount ice blocks at the end, or because of an enemy unleashing a full screen attack if you don't kill it quickly enough. All while visually hindering elements are spammed throughout. Familiar entities don't act like their default counterparts and throw you off. One session often requires multiple retries just to clear them. I think it means section, but whatever. Because of the abundant temperature gatekeeping, you're often forced to wait in place to adjust into the right body temperature, as the level doesn't provide the most immediate means to speed up the process. Be it a quick access to the beginning should you fail the temperature race, or immediately putting you to an optimal temperature for each attempt. As a result, the stage ends up in this constant shifting pace of waiting and speeding that can get pretty frustrating. That final section, auto-scrolling, while being chased by an indestructible mini-boss, meanwhile pummeled by its projectiles and other swarms of enemies, all while having to maintain the right level of heat to even allow yourself ground to traverse. While heat sources keep becoming absolutely scarce, even more awkward as they're in the form of steam puffs, requiring you to stay in place while danger lurks all over. How are you expecting players to get through all of that? It's a package full of pain. A full package of pain with extra dip. Like a number 6.
I was thinking
And
it.
then Thermal Man. Of course, you'd have to implement the temperature gimmick into his fight too. He's not so bad, I guess, but after enduring the whole stage and that extremely harsh final section beforehand, there was not much stamina left for me to really enjoy the remainder of any fun this fight might provide.
Right, Flash Man.
Alright, fair warning, my internet's been kind of being weird, so bear with me. Right.
Okay.
At first, I was excited to see an interesting gimmick used in a variety of puzzle and speed-based challenges. I appreciated the sense of planning and structure from the checkpoints, challenge progression and power-ups. I didn't mind the busy visuals or the innocuous music. I forgave the inconsistent technical polish, like having snow that melts beautifully, but ice that simply disappears. I had some reservations about the challenge design, unclear objectives, awkward backtracking, but nothing significant enough to keep me from having fun. As the level progressed, it became harder to ignore the flaws. Spikes blend in with the foreground. Overdeveloped challenges ask the player to demonstrate mastery of each new element before being properly taught the basics. Extra audio-visual cues are desperately needed to alert the players to status changes and critical danger with the temperature meter. Like standing around in one of those thermal platforms, the longer I played this level, the more it hurt. Everything completely fell apart when the freezing mechanic was introduced out of nowhere. Freezing doesn't follow the same rules as heating. Meter drains even when standing on normal ground, which reads as a glitch and makes the remainder of the level intolerably hectic. Players can easily skip over the tiles that trigger the freezing gimmick, rendering the level confusingly unbeatable.
Wait, what? Interesting.
Didn't really get that impression, honestly.
For as cool as a set piece as a chase sequence, and I like the monster design, I can't imagine getting through it without utilities and E-tanks, and it makes otherwise acceptable boss fight feel underwhelming and unnecessary. Who even is that guy anyway? I could go on criticizing, but almost everything comes back to polish. The ideas are great, the structure is great, the execution is begging, pleading for refinement.
This was a level that started with a very interesting gimmick and just went too far with it. Just too far, too much.
Yeah, and it kind of ignored the concept of antipieces.
What a mess. A really confusing, difficult, what the bloody hell just hurt me mess. I really want to like this level, because this is certainly creative. I actually think a lot of the stage layout just sort of works, and it has a dedication to its core team almost unmatched elsewhere, but mechanics of the stage are introduced rather poorly, and so much of that comes down to graphical choice. Going against any expectation a Mega Man player is going to have, those steam vents, they don't hurt you, not now. They're springs! Oh, but they may sometime hurt you. Maybe. Icicles don't hurt you either, despite very much looking like they should. But they don't! Except sometimes they do. Don't worry, standing on lava doesn't hurt you later, unless you're hot, where it does. Or maybe avoid the normal looking ice platform if you don't want to take constant damage every other second. Was the enemy from Tengumen's stage that creates opaque clouds really called for? Was it? It seems like I'm rambling, spouting a confused mess of run-on sentence. That's what this stage is like to play. I swear, trying to figure out what is happening at any given moment just sort of kills the momentum and concentration. It's hard to figure out what are at times some legitimately fun and original heat-cold puzzle. And please, in a level like this, where at any given moment a stage hazard or flood is manipulating your hot and cold level, where each different tiles has a different function, and an alarming number of instant death spikes blend in with the background, it's already too much. But the real final nail in the comprehension coffin is when the cold mechanic is introduced. I just about started to have a handle on it before, but I'm not sure how you can realistically manage all this, when many rooms be particularly hostile to temperature management. When the stage works, it really works. I want to like this level, I like its puzzle, I felt very rewarded going and getting all the tokens. The mini-boss is neat, it looks pleasing, it's just a really intriguing concept, but it's an utter mess. By the time you reach the other scroller with the devil, my patience has ended. The constant barrage and span of random crap and status effects on screen wins. Screw it, burn e-thanks. Fuck it, don't care. Thermal Man is pretty much a stage condensed into boss form, except he's slow to actually do any attacks. He dies well before becoming a threat. It's a shame, really. It really is. Another entry with a good stage burring in it. It's a case of you had a good gimmick and you went too far with it. No.
Yeah, if you would
Do
have
not.
if you would have just stuck with just the hot gimmick, as well as add an anti-piece to help train the player for that particular gimmick, then yeah, it wouldn't be so bad.
I agree with that one, yep.
Honestly, it probably could have been split into 2 stages.
Yeah, it's another case of too much. I'm kinda disappointed this place isn't more crowded. I like watching people wait in line behind me. Don't have eyes.
What?
I haven't made a single sale today. Everyone at the gym say they didn't want carbs and everyone here wants a baguette. I'm not selling golden baguettes. These are bagels. Very long bagels with the mills filled in, morons.
So
Those are not bagels, then.
So Danishes?
I guess. Girderman stage by Chockles.
I almost thought you said Murder Man.
With a score of 59.20. 1 element, 2 tokens. Well, let's see. Interesting song. Okay. Excuse me? How are you supposed to?
Oh, kill them before they take.
No, okay, so far everything does way too much fucking damage.
This music sounds familiar and yet not at the same time. Oh wow, it's that construction worker from Mega Man X. The one who throws pickaxes at you.
And then laughs at you, yeah.
So you.
The hell is this enemy? Oh, we're not
maybe
gonna
it's just
find
a-
out.
Are you fucking serious? Oh my god! Alright, we found it. The best level in this pack. Or the best level in this tier.
Okay, that was pretty good.
JK. Joe Kong. Or would it be Donkey Joe?
It's definitely not Spider Dance. Oh shit. Ah!
Oh shit. Those actually do hurt. That was
D.
incredibly sudden, too.
DJ Donkey Joe.
He's not a DJ, but he's a Joe.
Oh god, he's back.
Oh no!
Ah.
I can't get over how stupid he was. It's so good. Oh no, you're gonna die.
Jeez.
8 damage, Jesus.
Why does everything do so much damage in this thing?
Find the armor capsule from Dr. Light.
If only.
Switch to next armor X and break the game.
I
Why?
wonder actually if I wonder if Laser Trident would actually do more damage.
You know what? I think I know what those things are. Those green flying things.
God damn it.
They're from Mighty Number 9.
Ugh.
Oh.
Ugh.
I think so.
Donkey Kong?
Like,
DJ.
Alright,
DJ.
gentlemen, I'm
Donkey
just
Joe.
briefly here.
Oh, go! They are from Sonic Mania. That's right. I knew they were familiar, but I couldn't pin it down. I haven't played Mania in ages.
You and me both, you and me both still.
I haven't had any urge to revisit it since it came out.
Yeah, my god.
Fucking Donkey Joe.
DJ. Donkey Joe.
Or Joe Kong. It's like Snoopy with Joe.
So dumb.
It's like a Snoopy with a Joe Cool. This is Joe Kong. Joe Kong.
JK. Joe Kong.
KK. Just kidding.
JA.
Finally a checkpoint.
Ass.
Jackals.
Seriously, I don't know how to avoid this damage without using weapons, because they're always out of reach of the Buster.
Welcome to how they're used in Sonic Mania.
Yep, so they use Sonic Mania.
Like, unless you're, like, supersonic, you are taking damage.
There he is again.
Hey, where's the 100 points? You were jumping over that shit. You got ripped off.
Oh boy, here we go again.
I was wondering, can you blow Donkey Kong away? Or no?
A little bit.
Oh,
And another one.
oh, there we go.
Oh, come on. Again, too much damage.
Of course, barrels hurt.
No, if you go far enough away too. Also,
Oh, by the way, Opie, guess what?
Yeah. What happened? Chicken butt? What happened? Oh my god, you gotta fucking
When was the last time you saw Eddie?
in one of the previous levels. God
Like
fucking
2 or 3
damn it,
levels
you
ago.
piece of shit!
Do I have at least 2 numbers right? Yeah. Price is right game.
The price is right, but when you get it right, a truck comes out of Eddie and hits you.
Oh.
Oh god, he hurts a lot.
Oh,
I know he's
jeez,
for
yeah.
gorilla, but holy shit.
I mean, Donkey Kong punches are.
Yeah, but the fire, like, those little fireballs also deal 8 damage.
I mean, fire burns.
But they're just little fireballs.
They still burn.
What about fireballs in other games where it does like 2 damage or even 4?
They still burn.
Yeah, honestly, my main gripe with the stage is just that everything hurts way too fucking much. Except those picket men's, apparently.
Yeah, but the main highlight of this level is DJ.
Donkey Joe, yeah.
Donkey Show.
Absolutely.
That and these dudes these dudes having lunch. So is the boss Billy Mitchell.
Oh, Billy Miss.
If it is, I hope it's his version from regular show. Where I think he literally just explodes at the end.
Oh my god.
But that shit was fucked up, but it was also funny as hell.
Oh boy.
Oh, it's the aforementioned Girder Man.
It's Girder Man.
I got it, magnetic shockwave. Magnetic shockwave!
What the hell? Oh. That tiny fucking thing. I barely noticed it.
Gosh, magnetic shockwave! And it's the only other thing that did 2 damage.
Yep.
But I suppose it's not enough ammo to actually kill this guy.
No.
Because it does only 2 damage.
Yep. I think everything else is just like nothing.
Ah.
There you go.
Jesus.
You know, I'm just like laid in bed. I'm just like, ugh.
I didn't think we felt all night. Oh man, I want to like this one a lot more than I do. As far as pure combat stages goes, one of the better ones. The flying enemies with the sonic sounds make a surprisingly good timer gimmick, and it's satisfying whenever you kill them buster only. Yeah, try doing that without taking damage. The lunch workers are hilarious, and they make good obstacles in platforming. The drill enemies are a neat spin on the Gabioles, and the first member of the Joe J-O-E crew is an good one. As an overused one. Here's the first member of the J-O-E crew.
He's the first member of
J-O-E. Joe
Combine
Crew.
that with a distinct aesthetic and one of the more unique boss battles, and this has a likable concept. But one of the weakest.
J-O-E is cool.
But when one of the weakest weapons here is a pickaxe to the face, there's a real problem.
Yeah,
The death
my main
enemies are-
issue.
The dev kit enemies are fine, unsurprising since they're included with the engine, but the custom enemies do far too much damage. I'm okay with it being for the flying guys, since the odd bout of heavy damage is an okay punishment. But why can the drills kill you in almost 3 hits? And why are someone's leftovers strong enough to kill you in 6? Kong Joe is similarly awkward, since timing his attacks can be tricky and the damage punishment is harsh. Ironically, Girderman himself is the exception, since his explosive rovers do a normal amount of damage. He's also one of the most balanced fighters in the stage, despite being a time limit boss with a spiky ceiling. There are many issues with the stage design? Not really. Occasionally it can be unclear where you're supposed to go, since the death pits and save pits aren't telegraphed. A little black on the death pits can go a long way. However, the damage values are tuned a bit too much and can make the experience frustrating.
Yeah, my main gripe with this stage, honestly, because with the freaking DK Joes and everything, it could have been very good, but then you made everything do 5 million damage, and yeah.
There's no grace.
Don't you mean the
disgrace?
Don't you mean the first member of the JOE crew?
Yeah. I can't say I was expecting some of the things that ended up happening in this level. It's certainly an interesting stage, that's for sure. As for it being any good, well, for one, the structure of the stage or in the enemies' obstacles are just strange. Almost everything here gets a proper introduction, but I feel like from there on out, the difficulty curve goes backwards. A lot of the early to mid stage setups with the enemies can really throw you off if you're not paying attention, whereas by comparison, it's very easy to breeze through some of the ending rooms with little to no effort. The green fly enemies are the main example I can give on this. They're certainly an interesting enemy type, and they have a few unique setups toward the beginning of this level, but by the end, it's very easy to either rush past them or dispose of them without having to engage much with their gimmick. Speaking of gimmick, I can say I'm fond of the little platform-based drill enemies, mainly due to how much damage they deal, as it's basically a forward kill. Come to think of it, almost everything in this stage seems to deal a ton of damage for no reason. The barrel from the Donkey Kong mini-boss have the exact same issue, and while it was certainly a fun surprise seeing the mini-boss show up, after about the 4th time the novelty started to wear off. There's only so many ways you can shake up a mini-boss like that. I guess the token room was one of the more interesting examples of it, but said room can also easily glitch you out as well. If you jump into the room, you can clip into the wall and have a pretty decent chance of zipping off screen to your death. Oh jeez. Finally, there's Girderman himself. He's a damage race, and a surprisingly manageable one at that. I think that's mainly owed to him not hitting anywhere near as hard as the enemies found in the stage, funnily enough. And while his fight is decently engaging, I do take issues with him not having a proper weakness, outside of maybe Thunderbeam and Magnetic Shockwave, which deal the same amount of damage as a fully charged shot. Seriously, really?
Wow.
Outside of that one issue, he's a decently average DPS check style fight. All in all, this level was pretty meh. There was some interesting ideas in here, but the weird backwards difficulty curve and the overtuned damage output from the enemies just kinda ruined it for me.
Safety
And
first.
disappointed.
Pretty funny concept of a construction site as a stage, but don't let that fool you into a false sense of security because, oh man, this stage for sure doesn't pull any punches. First off, there are those flying green, I guess, drones? Their undodgeable attacks are way too unforgiving despite the charge-up time, as they are almost always out of the way while being surprisingly beefy buggers. Scrolling them off screen to avoid their attack isn't always the feasible solution either. I like the concept of the working enemies attacking you when just taking a lunch break and minding their own business, except those items they throw out have a huge tendency of sniping you. Doesn't help that they're randomly determined if they're thrown toward your current position, or thrown a bit toward where you are moving to throw you off. A lot of the enemies deal way too much damage to feel fair, especially if you're using only the Buster, since they are either airborne and out of range, or are shielded. The Donkey Joes are the worst. They throw barrels way too frequently for the player to be easily climb up the ladder to be able to shoot them, not to mention the barrels will also spawn fire guys when destroyed, that are also way sturdy for no reason. Some of the rooms with these Joes are straight up near, if not outright impossible, to Buster only. There's also a spot in one of the checkpoint rooms where you can get yourself stuck if you magnet beam slide into the gap in the corner, a gap one might suspect there to be a secret passage. Girderman himself is an interesting fight, I guess. It sort of reminds me of playing a backwards version of the Plague Knight fight, where more blocks are getting added to the fight being added as the fight goes on, leading you smaller areas to deal with until you unavoidably bump into the spikes. He's often too low to hit with uncharged Buster shots, or it might be because he has iframes during his falling animation. Charge shots also are the way to go, as they get rid of the ground roaming mines easier. Oh, you can also get stuck inside the falling block sometimes. That's also fun.
Ugh.
Ugh.
Flashman.
To use a construction metaphor, this building isn't quite up to code, and a few renovations wouldn't hurt, but it's got good bones. I should start by telling you where your functionality score went. Mostly, there were so many girders filling up the boss chamber, but I didn't have anywhere to put those points. It's possible to get permanently trapped inside a falling girder, and it's all too easy to destroy Girder Man in the wrong place at the wrong time, banishing the energy element somewhere inaccessible because the spikes and girders don't disappear with the boss. Which is a shame, because the boss concept is pretty creative. Really, the whole level, stage, brings some fun new ideas to the table. I'm especially fond of the workers on lunch break and the genius of bringing in Donkey Kong. I only wish he were more Donkey Kong. I only wish he were used more sparingly, perhaps for token challenges to preserve that special novelty. Instead, most of my criticism outside functionality comes down to what I like to see, not the things that need to change. That's because the stage is built on a solid foundation of good design principles. I'm happy to see fair, focused, and well-placed challenges that allow the player to try different strategies and never demand more than the player can feasibly give. Sure, there are problems with unclear directionality, unrestricted backtracking, and not fully accounting for special weapon use, but I have some special quibbles with how the screen count eventually makes the music feel stale. Custom sprites following different graphical styles, I can't even tell what the flying enemy is. Maybe a boot? And other minor things. But there are also very successful elements. Excellent theming, nice looking tiles, and some great attention to detail. I love that jumping over a barrel gives me points.
It doesn't actually give you points in game, but it does do the blinging, so yeah, that's pretty good. There's something rather cute about this stage. It feels straight out of the early fan game era. It's got a rather fun atmosphere, nice music, and frankly at first, yes, the Kong Devil as well as good old Dig Labor having his lunch is rather funny. It's ultimately a fairly bog standard stage, a romp of enemy challenge, many of which feel rather haphazard. Screens get rather cluttered in enemies and arbitrary curates, the latter of which can lead to some rather silly cases of getting stuck, as screen transition aren't exactly obvious. The lack of tells to pits is equally irritating. It probably is not the best that enemy damage output is so high. What ends up hurting the stage most effects is just so punishing, making the most cluttered screens even more taxing to get through. And as cute as Kong Devil is, its difficulty varies wildly. Some encounters are not threats, and others are really obnoxious. And it's a joke that outlived its welcome, taking a funny instance to something that ends up eye-rolling the 6th time you fought the damn thing. Graphically, the stage is the biggest of mixed bag in the contest. The quality varies so much that the clash is all the more noticeable as the simple but excellent tile set and the well-drawn Mega Man X enemies stick out like sore thumb, next to the poorly drawn enemy from Sonic Mania and Garderman himself. I don't like the idea behind Garderman though. He's a simple yet interesting fight. Maybe it's just a sprite, but he feels straight out of the early fan game scene. Yeah, I did enjoy the DK Joe thing, but
Too much damage.
Too much
damage. It reused too many times. Two times probably would have been enough. But yeah, too much goddamn damage. Seriously, tone it down a little bit.
Too much damage.
The great thing about being me is that I can attend a costume party and send myself to her pizza at the same time. I was looking forward to ordering from Neapolitan Man, but he sent me away in horror when I asked for mine with extra cheese. What?
What?
Step right up. My ice cream is made from the finest vanilla beans, cocoa beans, and strawberry beans.
Strawberry beans don't exist. I don't think vanilla beans do either.
And just also beat a highway robbery, to make a long story short. I do have a new wafer wagon, but I wanted to keep this for sentimental reasons. That, and I'm still trying to convince the insurance company I'm not lying about how I end up like this. For the sign. Don't get me started on that ice cream thief. And I thought shipping my new flavors at 3 AM would deter robbers. You, it's on the house. Yay, got some ice cream. An underwater adventure? Wow! Ayoshi Tom.
Yes,
An underwater adventure. Wow. 5 tokens?
1 element, 5 tokens. Okay.
You know, it's stuck, isn't it?
There's nothing in here. There's nothing. I cheated you.
Wait, I gotta re-listen to this.
do it again, yeah.
Actually, I'm gonna temporarily increase the sound.
There's nothing in here. There's not. I've cheated you. I've cheated all of you, and you didn't even notice.
Sorry, nothing.
Or nothing. That's awesome.
Sorry, nothing.
Oh, you know what I noticed about that screen?
What?
Hold on, go back to the your coin counter is your bolt counter.
It is, shit.
That's cool.
But that was great.
Sorry.
Sorry, nothing. Up there.
Okay. Hey.
I hope I win for real this time.
Here this time.
I guarantee one of the judges is going to blow their stack over that.
Nah, I win.
No, the I hope I win thing happens in contests for any type of contest. Honestly, in the Magma Level 2, there were a lot of high level that actually had the neat little screen with just I hope I win on it. Even in the higher tier. Okay, bye.
Yeah, but it feels like this time that they're like have an open disdain for that kind of thing. As if they didn't really like it in 2, but didn't make a fuss about it, and now they're just, it's like vitriolic. Also, why is Kind from Kirby attacking you?
I
Whatever
think
that
it's an
business
enemy
is.
from Challenger from the future.
Oh,
More challenger related.
why does everyone use enemies from that garbage?
Jesus. Didn't realize I had taken so much damage.
I'm still busting my gut about that screen.
Kamigoro Maker, what the hell are you doing here? Where's Shadowblade?
Okay, bye.
Suddenly no water, and now there is water, and water, and water, and water, and water. I don't know anymore. Help. Oh. Excuse me.
God damn it.
Nani?
Of course you didn't jump.
Nani the fuck.
Oh, Jesus.
I had a feeling because there was like
There's
Yeah.
nothing in here. There's not. I've cheated you. I've cheated all of you, and you didn't even notice.
Sorry, nothing.
Oh god. Oh god.
all of you.
Oh god, I think I remember where that voice came from.
What is it?
It's from JonTron.
Ugh.
They cheated all of you. And you didn't even know. Sorry, no thank you.
God.
Or when Edward dies.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
There's nothing in here. There's not. I've cheated you. I've cheated all of you, and you didn't even notice.
Yeah. God damn it.
Well.
And this could have used another checkpoint. I'm just saying. This is a long section to have to redo 5 million times. I'm just saying. Yeah, of course the checkpoint was right here. Okay. No, can you please target the other one? No. I'll take that. Man. Oh god. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. Good God!
Oh,
Do I just suck or something? What the hell? Yeah. Yeah, you just stay over there and think about what you did. Uh-huh. Yeah, that is number 3 at least. Yep, we're out of the water for this one.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
What the hell is this remix?
Yeah, what the...
What the fucking fuck, man? Thank
there you
you.
go.
Could have at least given a freaking refill. Okay. Fair enough.
Oh.
What is
Now
this
we're
song
in-
from?
Mega Man 3 Game Boy, final
No.
stage.
Fuck.
PTSD.
Sounds super quiet though. Oh, it's a
That's
fucking
another
remix.
Oh, lightning.
No, of course, light. I bet it kills you. Also,
Probably does.
Potential seizure warning.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Interesting concept.
What the fuck?
Those underwater enemies over the water are very jarring. Oh
Also,
my
upside
fucking
down.
god.
Also, one of them is upside down for some reason.
No, you guys are not supposed to be out of water. Fuck off.
That's illegal.
Fish out of water.
I was supposed to avoid that. Shit.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Fuck you,
Oh, the-
fuck
the
you,
wa-
fuck you,
the
fuck you,
wa-
fuck
the
you, fuck you,
water's
fuck you,
rising.
fuck you, 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 fuck you.
Yeah, no.
Die, die.
No,
Well,
that
that's
was-
exactly what this
Oh my
level's
God.
trying to do to you.
There's so many. Get out of here.
Oh
At least you don't
no!
have to wait for the screen to scroll. Oh my god. 4 weapons?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me here.
Magnetic shockwave and the crown.
Big shockwave.
That's where it's close for comfort there.
Again, I caution. Nanigans
no.
on these guys.
Oh. I was about to say, at least it's not an auto-scroller, but I swear the water's getting faster.
Shit.
Fucking fuck.
Oh.
This is right before the auto scroller, but good god. Again, how are you supposed to avoid that wall? Ugh. Because that fucking shield is stupid.
Completely unnecessary.
Oh god, of course I was right next to the goddamn door. Yeah, at least there's a bit of a refill here, but still. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Why?
Not a fan.jpg.
Ah!
Oh.
Okay, I've never seen that behavior.
You son of a bitch!
Oh. God damn.
Look, if a player needs E-tanks to actually get to the end of your stage, there's something wrong with your stage.
Mm. Too much shit. Again, it might just be me being bad, but good god, too much shit. And these things do way too much fucking damage.
Jeez.
Good
Yeah, oh.
fucking god! Ugh. I shouldn't get so angry about this, but fuck, no.
Oh no,
Oh,
shit.
Okay, fuck all the way off. Like, fuck off over there, and once you get there, keep fucking off. Until you remove yourself from my sight. Ow, my eyes.
Oh no!
Oh my
It's
God.
Dust Megaman!
No!
It's a boomerang!
Dude, you're 7 times faster than you.
I wonder if this is a usable costume. It would be too funny to not put it.
I like that it's using every single weapon from DOS 1 and 3.
Wow, you actually got to fight him. That's amazing. So at least they made up for it.
Yeah. That made up a little bit. Not completely, but I was not expecting DOS Mega Man, that's for sure. Well, let's see if anyone else mentions DOS Mega Man.
Yep.
Underwater adventures, in many ways, is an old constant, and this one is not great. The water section is largely just there. You have some good moments, like the swim balls actually doing things, the first token, and the water currents before the first mid-boss. Hang on a sec.
Yeah.
Yeah.
However, the endless pangs in the water current can get a bit annoying, and the first gas vents are hard to see when M422A is drawing your attention. Most prominently, there's not a lot of checkpoints, which make the second token more frustrating than it's worth.
Fucking agreed.
Ironically, the level doesn't come into its own until it stops trying to be an underwater adventure. The marine base is a better time. The Pildans and Beeries handle quite well, and the Machine Gun Joe is fair encouragement for weapon use. The sheep conveyors are also great at keeping the player's interest, and the electrocuted water works really well with Irakan and chase sequences. Unfortunately, Wall Triad is either useless or aggravating. There's no middle ground. And that chase sequence, that's when the level peaks. Well, there's an interesting concept behind the room of sheep conveyors that obstruct your movement, and the gameplay itself is kind of boring. On the final section, good grief, the number of Irrikans can be just plain irritating. Not actually that deadly, just royally annoying. The bosses are as much of a mixed bag as the level is. Kamigara Maker is an effective mid-boss, and it makes a good optional challenge for goodies. though just an M-Tank seems a little small for a dual Kamegoro. The DOS Mega Man was a very unexpected ending, if not a tad jarring, but while he may not be unfitting, he offers a fun variety in his fight. The problem is the hybrid octopus mini-boss. Constant swarm of enemies, and the minions are manageable. Cannons hitting your head while you're trying to climb platforms, that can be irking. The first instance of sheep conveyors in the entire stage, that's not entirely fair to the player. The platforms last for barely any time at all. That's the point I break out the Thunder Beam and tear this thing a new one. That thing was infuriating and sticks out like a sore thumb in an otherwise fine set of bosses.
I can't say I was all that thrilled by this stage. There's some solid ideas, a few decently designed platform challenges, and an interesting end boss. But by the end, not much of this level really stuck out to me. Not even the fact that it's too long. Anyways. Yeah, there we go. I think the biggest issue here is the stage's length. It goes on for a bit longer than it really should, when several segments that either feel like filler or don't amount to much beyond throwing a couple of enemies your way. The only part in the first half that really stood out to me were the water current segments, although I think that's mainly because they briefly caught me by surprise the first time around, until I realized they were indicated by the background tiles. There was also the Octobulb generator, which, to be fully honest here, I'm not a fan of either of the mini-bosses that fully make up this thing. The combination of them wasn't quite as bad as it could have been, but I didn't exactly enjoy the fight either. You have to run on the conveyor a bit longer than the standard Octobulb file if you want the platform to even stay up for long enough so that you can get in some decent hits. The constantly respawning enemies make this process more tedious than it should be, since if they hit you, you've more or less already lost your chance to deal damage to the mini-boss. Yeah, I fucking noticed. The second half of this stage is a lot better by comparison, mostly thanks to there being more interesting gimmick usage. The Sheepman conveyor in particular gets some good usage in a few rooms. The one that has you dodging the Machine Gun Joe's bullets while trying to activate the lift was it fun? I did not notice any way to avoid that without taking damage. Other than maybe Water Shield, I guess, but if we're going Buster only, yeah, there's no way. Sorry. Anyways, where was I? Along with the hallway that repurposed the conveyor to be more like platforming obstacle. The electrified water section would have been just as fine, but they often ended up being more annoying than not thanks to the Irrican. Their respawn rate honestly feels a bit too fast. Essentially, the second half is somewhat of a mixed bag of good and not so good segments. Thankfully, the boss sticks out as one of the better moments. He's probably the best thing about this stage, even if he takes a bit of time to learn, as he quickly changes phases and attack patterns. Overall, it's a stage that's really rough around the edges, but I could also see it turning out great with some polishing.
Yeah, the boss certainly sticks out because it's DOS Mega Man. An entry review? Wow! You hoped you would win? I have bad news then.
You didn't win.
You didn't win. This entry definitely feels like it took heavy inspiration from official games with its level design, but it just somehow seems even more frustrating to play. The enemy density is rather high throughout, with most of them being airborne and tricky to get by. Not to mention the sheer amount of instant death spikes, because it's a water stage, and all water stages are required to have as many spikes as possible, clearly. Many of the enemies can infinitely spawn too, which makes several sections much more frustrating than they should be, due to the overall chaotic nature. Of course, can't read. And of course, have to include the Octo Battery mini-boss with respawning enemies on top. Joy! The worst offender would be the fact that there are not enough checkpoints to compensate for the high difficulty. The only mercy the stage could have offered is a big old gauntlet of pain. The only part I like about the stage is the use of sheepman conveyors. There was a clever setup in the room with the machine gun Joes. The other redeeming part of the entry is the fight with DOS Mega Man. Definitely a funny twist on the whole copy robot deal. DOS Mega Man himself is actually a fairly reasonable fight itself compared to the stage. Whew, definitely a welcoming climax change.
Yeah, it did feel fair. The first time I just didn't have enough health.
We have to do this shit flawlessly. We have to fucking die. We have to do this shit flawlessly.
Pardon me, I think you're looking for make 2 good Mega Man level content, because that's all. Splitting a level into radically different halves can work if there's a strong narrative, aesthetic, or gameplay connection. Here, we have a few recurring enemies and a level title that really only applies to the first half, unless WoW is what we're calling the second half. The first half of the fun romp. Catchy music and funny secrets make a great first impression. Challenges gradually increase in novelty and difficulty. Comet Goro Maker, water spouts, and rushing water are especially clever here. Graphics are a curious mix of colors and textures, with a few problems that can impact gameplay clarity, e.g. multiple spike styles, no visual cues for rushing water, background pillars that look like foreground, Octobulb, like many challenges in this level, borders on enemy spam and seems overly difficult for a no-damage buster-only run. The second half feels more professional, with a fully cohesive graphics and a commitment to developing 2 main gimmicks, sheep conveyors and a do not adventure in the English. And do not adventure in me water, multiple creative ways. High points include introduction of electrified water, the rising water area, the room of berries, and the conveyor that powers nothing and merely slow you down. The final stretch could have had a safer start, don't jump off that ladder, and slightly slower rising falling. Plus, it's over too quickly. Thematically nonsensical as he may be, I love the boss, and thank you for skipping the intro on a retry. Across both halves, power-ups are needed for more between checkpoints than checkpoints. There's death softlock potential in accessing the first secret, and miners missing water collision around the M tank later. Flashing lights could also use some restraint. Either half would have been fine entry. Together, they compete against each other for the level's true focus and theme.
Yeah, that's the thing a lot of these level creators forgot. You're making one level, not 2, not 3, not 5, 1. One level. One notable story involves Loyana later. He rather struggled with part of the stage, and to be honest, this is an incredibly difficult level. Most of it is fair with challenging mechanics, but has a couple of incredible spikes in difficulty, both figuratively and literally. The difficulty is compounded by a total lack of checkpoints. Agreed. The stage is aesthetically pleasing, and some of the challenges were really cool. I like the use of Kamigoro Maker integrated into the level rather than as a boss. Darn cool idea. The water rising tower was pretty fun, and as a whole, the tokens were all a pretty good challenge, although the first one is a little hard to spot. Beyond the difficulty, there are also several design issues. The water current direction has no indication, and there are a lot of enemies with weird movement patterns on screen at once, making it difficult to avoid them or the instant death spike around. There is a lot going on in the level, and it could have really done with cutting a few of the enemy types and removing the conveyor gimmick entirely. I don't think it added anything to the level other than frustration. This lead lines nicely onto the mid-boss, trying to avoid swearing, but you have taken what is already one of the hardest and most unintuitive mid-boss in Mega Man 10 and ramped it to fucking insane levels. This is the first time the player has encountered the Sheepman conveyor in the stage. Those who have not seen this before will have no idea what to do in this room. Case in point, I got to see this firsthand. Oyana hadn't played Mega Man 10, so cue utter confusion. This was a real roadblock for him, and I ended up having to show him the original fight. Ugh. Even to Mega Man veterans, it just looks like a normal conveyor meant to hamper movement, not an integral part of the boss fight. The new inverted layout does not work with the spawn location of the little Pachipachis. In the original, the conveyor belts were on the side, so the enemies did not spawn on top of you. In order to get off the belts, the player must jump off the conveyor belt right into the natural path of the spawn. The black layout itself traps the player in if jumping was mistimed. The blocks are not around for very long, and the random positioning of the cannon enemies means they can drop on your head even if you do everything else right, continuing to rub salt to the wound. To summarize, this mid-boss is appalling even when you know how the conveyors work. I'll just say take double-digit minutes in attempts using the Buster before giving up and using Thunder Beam, which bypasses the entire boss fight. I'm not quite sure what DOS Mega Man is doing here, and he has a few smaller issues himself, mostly the blade launcher and force field phases. I'm not sure how dodgeable these are in close quarter, and force field in particular comes out with no warning. The rest of the weapons were decent enough. Again, you're making one level, not 3, not 5, not 2, you're making one level. Keep on the team and work on it. Also, more checkpoints please, especially if you're gonna put instant death everywhere.
Also, basically the highlight of the level was the Sorry Nothing Secret and DOS Mega Man.
Yep.
You can reach the first fucking ladder. Like, let's just suicide and get our life back.
Well, gentlemen, I missed the talk of the night. I'll bid you good night.
Alright, later.
Oh, why the controls are so not right? What? Okay, time to do this flawlessly.
Flawlessly. Hi, Quarantine Woman. I'm back. Routine inspection in progress. This place passes inspection. A big hand will burst through the wall to give a thumbs up. Stay on guard. I thought this place was just a food court. Or there's something even darker at play here. Look over there, that hot dog cart. And you feel it? Sharpen your senses and you might one day. I've already warned you. For some reason this hot dog cart makes you nervous. I'm not sure why. An ice cave in Russia by the man Cutman. What? Score of 59.58 at a 10% penalty. One element, one token. Let's go. I've heard this song a few times already in the contest. If you find this message, then you are in the right place. I have replaced your shoes with that heavy traction boost that prevent you from sliding on ice. This is all I have to say. I'm ending you to the wolves on this great tundra. Go, my artificial child, and defeat the forces of evil. Yeah, no sliding.
Also,
okay.
More Mega Man 5 gambling music.
Yep. It's not the first time this one plays in a contest level. Honestly. shield attacker down here. Just in case. And that's exactly why. Alright, new plan. Fuck this noise, just go. Well, that was the token for the level, so... God, I forgot how much damage these things do.
You are flawlessly fucking this shit up!
Ah! Hello there, Mega Man 3 Game Boy Shield attackers. How's it going? Yeah. Point was right there too.
Again! Again!
What do you mean again?
The slowest projectile I've ever seen in a video, baby! You got it by twice! Flawlessly! Flawlessly!
Okay, I think I know what's gonna happen. Yep, pretty much figured. Alright. I see the spike down there. Ah, jeez. This almost feels like it fully does require you to freaking use the other tool.
Alright, short man. Ah, no. The whole globe is jumped in. Sight! Sight! You're 7 times faster than him as they hit you!
Honestly.
Oh, you fucking
But yes, a boomerang. Not defend the JPEG. Not defend the JPEG. At least I think this is the end of the level. Going with no health. It's Gemini, man. I almost did it. Not really an excuse.
But yes, the crystal of suicide. I mean, I'll get 20.
I know there's a weapon that does 7 damage, I forgot which one it is. Well, that was alright, I suppose.
An ice level without ice physics? I call false advertising. In all seriousness, though, this is a nice romp. We've got a good selection of enemies, a gimmick set with a strong potential, a strong difficulty curve, and nothing ever feels cheap. I adore the way shield attackers and drop platforms are handled in particular. They don't always work, particularly with surprise shield attackers on a tiny platform, but the semi-unorthodox challenges are a personal highlight. Unfortunately, the rest is underwhelming. There's an attempt, particularly with the shield blocks and frozen enemies, but this tries too hard to be a safe experience. The best example is the removal of ice physics. I get why they were taken out, ice is usually annoying, but looking through the level, there are no instances where ice physics would be unreasonable. It feels like the level is missing something as a result, and I find it hurts the level's memorability. It's not outright boring, but it's not something that sticks with me. As a final note, good grief, the ice cave tiles animate too fast. Definitely gonna have that turned down for the game release, because that's hard on the eyes.
I wonder how it was in the judging version. To be honest, I kinda wish the stage actually did have ice physics. It probably would have made things a little bit more interesting that way. As it stands, there's really not a whole lot to this level. There's some decent usage of the Shadowman platforms and ice blocks here, mostly when combined with shield attackers and indestructible blocks. Those few moments aside, however, most of the other platforming challenges are very basic, which means for a pretty indistinct and boring experience throughout. The Minoans being set up to free enemies trapped by ice is definitely the most noteworthy aspect of the level, which sadly only shows up for a very small section. I really wish it was used more, since it could serve as a pretty interesting obstacle to work around. Other than that, there's really not a whole lot else to mention here. The overall look of the stage is fine, it's actually technically stable, but the actual level design left me wanting way more.
Cossack's Frozen Citadel? An ice level without ice physics to worry about, that is refreshing. Though I suppose that would make less of an ice cave in Russia and more of a crystal cave in Russia. Decent level overall with a few clever setups, like the room using the snowman enemy from below while waiting for the Crystal Joe to become vulnerable. The ceiling fan blade enemies falling and freeing the orb enemies encased in chill blocks, and occasionally where you need to jump to shoot enemies high up without breaking too many chill blocks under you. Definitely some fine usage of the chill blocks. Level could use an extra checkpoint though for the section near the end. The last section definitely gave me the most trouble, where there are many instant death instances if you screw up one action, making you redo the whole section.
Alright.
It makes me so happy when people make an effort to do what this contest asks. There's a simple formula and you nailed it. Pick a handful of assets that make a reasonable aesthetic together and functional sense together. Introduce new challenges clearly and fairly. Gradually ramp up the complexity and difficulty across a manageable number of screens. Conclude with a challenge that feels like a fitting end to the level. Apply music and graphics to enhance the whole thing. I like the narrative introduction. It sets the tone and provides an excuse for having icy physics without ice physics. The first stretch could be more intricate and resistant to rush jet, but it's a good warm-up. The animated snow goes a long way in keeping it interesting, and I like the attention to detail when with the one overhang blocking the snow from falling into the pit. The interior sections are fun but need some polish. Unlabeled bottomless pits and big openings after the hard edge of any given screen are easily mistaken for alternate paths. Screen transitions need a thorough review for safety and appropriate directionality, i.e. one-way versus two-way. A couple of power-ups would be nice. But, like I said, the interior is fun. I appreciate the animated tiles, though I'd like to see the enemies and ice cubes concept developed a little bit more. Chill blocks have a chance to shine. The final stretch is the highlight of the level. The shadow platforms are used especially well. My favorite setups are over the Sumatron, between falling crystals and the Crystal Joe after crashing through a chill block. An awesome use of this handled enemy. A few things could use tweaking, e.g. generic Gemini Man needs a gimmicky or architectural twist, but I'm overall very happy with this level. Good job on this.
An ACESpark. I found that when I enter a boss door hoping for a mini-boss, finding the final boss and ended up disappointed that the level has finished, it clearly reflects well on this level. The level has masterful introduction to established gimmicks, and also shows in those introductions how the gimmicks combine. What is special about this level is that with the few assets it uses, it keeps introducing things to surprise the player, even gimmicks I had largely given up expecting new things from. Things like shield attackers and the Shadowman platforms are all used with a full purpose, and the Chillman blocks are rarely used in the same way twice. In fact, the falling crystals in the stage are used far better than any other game they originated from. The stage is not without faults. While the tile work is well assembled, the fact that the entire inner cavern is the same animated block gets very garish at times. There is also something slightly off-putting about an ice level having no ice physics, even though you try to reason this at the start. Mega Man games are fairly well defined with how ice level works. And I fear the push toward the Crystal team rather than the Ice team would have made this work better. While not a direct criticism of the level, I do not think you push the difficulty far enough when combining the gimmicks at the end of the stage. A few more rooms with your intelligent gimmick use that actually put the player in serious danger would have elevated this level significantly. I was also fairly disappointed that there was no effort in changing the boss, which could have been made interesting if you had added a couple of your gimmicks into the design. Gemini Man may not have been the best choice of Death Kit boss. Overall, this level shows that you do not need to create an original asset to come up with an original experience on the Mega Man stage. I think you did a fantastic job here and would love to see what you can come up with in the future. But yeah, apparently lots of up and down on this one. We saw an 85 and a 37. What contrasts. But overall, this stage, well, it was fine. Nothing too bad in there. Oh, pea flavor. Oh, pea chips. Oh god, it's Taco Man.
Oh no.
Oh, please tell me it plays a shitty song. Yes! Yes!
It says a lot about you, dude. You can't undo it. You can't undo it. What have you done?
A reminder, this is the song Ah by Satan. Alright, my first Mega Mist level XD Lamau Dab. Oh boy. By Napkin Dictator with a score of 59.60. I see two 69s in there. One element, let's go.
I kind of wish that song would keep going in the next for the next level you play. Just to hammer in that you've made your choice.
Tackle Man. God, how much HP does these cannons have? That's definitely more than they usually have. Jesus. Yeah, that bolt is not worth it. That's probably lasers. Okay, super slow laser. I love those. Oh boy. We freaking go. Okay.
Nani the fuck?
Mega Man, did you know that difficulty illusion is a good aspect of level design? Okay then. That was
hate you and
unexpected.
everything you stand for. I got another one for you. Did you know Jeff George anagrams to stupid motherfucker?
Hell
How
no,
about
tell
this
me
one? Did you
more.
know that in terms of male human and female Pokemon breeding compatibility? No. No.
Gotcha! Wow, it's been a while since we've seen one of those.
Iron Crate. Iron Crate. Iron Crate.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Too much health.
Oh jeez.
Uh-oh. Okay. No, damage boost.
The soft platforms really
Good
aren't
lord.
selling out very well. So far, I'm not seeing the Mega Mix portion of this. Oh my god, look how slow they are!
Oh god. Oh, these are not insta-kill lasers, they're gradual damage over time lasers. Just get me through. Oh, that's the end of the level. Thanks for the Yoshishi. High gravity, man.
Alright, time to trick him into a pit.
Actually, I wonder if that would work.
Magic Shockwave!
Oh, damn it.
What?
I thought it was going to
he
go
doesn't
down the
fit.
pit.
He doesn't fit, but also he is way too Magic Shockwave!
A fairly standard level, honestly. It was alright. Oh, hey, Bubble Man.
That's not an iron crate, I gotta tell ya.
You have a free sample? No. Clearly we're reading it with this.
No, I refuse to read while that is going on.
Okay, fine.
I didn't think you would actually do it.
Okay, so what happens if we do buy it? Oh, god damn it!
Let's get this. Oh, what? Fuck you! Alright, let's go. Oh, okay.
That is mean.
No matter what, you have to listen to this.
But this is. I feel like I lost a few brain cells just from that name. Yeah, there's some dated references in this garbage. Fortunately, behind the terrible name is a decent level, especially if this is actually your first. The main draw is, for me, is how it uses Brightman arcing platforms, as well as force beam rooms being more interesting than average. I can get a little awkward, like introducing the new enemy type in a level in a force beam room, but as a whole, the gimmick setup is great. The enemies are a bit less impressive. They're not bad, honestly, but they're mostly just basic obstacles rather than doing anything interesting. The main exception is that Tacon Limited, which builds up throughout the level as to be a good mini-boss, or mid-boss, and Gravity Man's fight with a Tekken works surprisingly well. Otherwise, most of them are just kind of just pushovers. And the reflect blocks fall completely flat with any sort of weapon application, though that's not uncommon in Mega Man. Ultimately, the core weakness this place is just a complete lack of wow factor. What you have here is reasonably built, but it's not exactly very interesting. It's a decent level that exists, but I don't remember it very well. But it's an inoffensive romp that isn't outright boring, which is still fine.
Ah yes, I see you've played Diagonal Mario as well, if that one dialogue box is anything to go by. Anyway, I was fully prepared for a troll level on seeing the name. Thankfully that wasn't the case, but this stage is still very rough around the edges. For as daunting and intimidating as some of the ruins and enemy layouts here look, this was a surprisingly easy stage to breeze through. Unfortunately, that also makes a lot of the segments pretty indistinct in the long run. Some of the Force Laser segments do manage to be engaging, if mainly by sheer virtue of being raced to the finish style room. Beyond that, not a lot of platforming challenges felt like they carried much weight. To give an example of what I mean, you can basically face tank the final Dachon, whatever, in the level with no repercussion, since there is a Yashishi in the boss corridor. Speaking of the boss, I appreciate the effort to try to make Gravity Man a bit harder, and that the gimmicks in this room are prominently featured in the stage itself, but execution doesn't really do a whole lot. You might occasionally take a few hits from the swinging mace up top, but for the most part you fight Gravity Man the same way as you always would. All in all, not a whole lot to this level really stood out to me in the long run. The IDs and gimmicks combinations are there, but trying to look back at it, most of the segment just kinda blended together.
So go away. Kind of expecting a full-on joke level with that name, but for a first level, it's surprisingly competently made, with a decent variety of challenges, the gimmick and an enemy set doing a decent job complementing, and the difficulty is right. Pretty decent tiling job, but I'm not sure if the music is really fitting here. The only problem is that it kind of requires a bit of button mashing thanks to the increased enemy health pools, but that's understandable in order to make the quick lasers a bit more threatening. Also, the stage is a bit short in length. I really like Gravity Man with the extra obstacles in the arena, which definitely makes the fight much more engaging. The pits are more for intimidation, as you usually don't have to close the wall. Had to be close to the walls for Gravity Man anyways. It's very clever to put the swinging hammer in the middle to watch for whenever he flips gravity to put you to the roof.
Did you know that introducing new concepts as clearly a controlled environment is a good aspect of level design? No, seriously, that's a real question. Woo-woo to you too. I get a strange vibe from this level. Between the title and the secret area, this feels like it's meant to be a joke. But then, everything else is pretty normal. Manageable screen count, checkpoints and power-ups at regular interval, reasonably fun challenges, polished graphics, perfectly acceptable soundtrack. I can believe that this is your first Megamix level. But why mention it in the title? Sympathy? Laughs? My friend, I can offer you neither. The aforementioned normal design elements are the things I expect from every level, and they account for a good chunk of points. However, the challenges don't increase in difficulty as much as continually change to be roughly the same difficulty for different reasons. Unnecessary two-way transitions and some instances of wonky architecture scratch the polish. The conveyors aren't exactly used to their fullest potential, and Gravity Man is an odd choice for a boss in this context. I sort of like the enemies have more health than usual because it draws out their combat potential in these specific situations. However, using the same sprites as usual sets false expectations for how sturdy they should be. Setting damage lasers to move at different speed was a smart choice, as was favoring the line-guided platforms with protective end caps. Even when the execution could use some tidying, the challenge concepts are usually pretty thoughtful. What I want most out of this level is a better sense of identity. Bolder theming, more assertive premise, that sort of thing. Give me something that's properly dap-worthy, ironically or unironically.
I hate this. I hate the name. I hate its stupid face. You don't get to use uwu. Get out. Disqualified. Excluded. Banned for life. Burn it with fire. In all seriousness,
All
this
right,
level
review
is
over.
generally above average. It offers some interesting play patterns, and its issues are not deal-breaker, but do hold it back. The background is reasonably tiled, but it's so generic, and I'm rather sick of hearing Wily teams at this point. Kinda feels like the name is the one memorable thing here. The use of damage force being sidesteps one issue it could run into, mainly removing forced suicides if a player is too slow. Also makes some of the challenges fairly non-existent. I think the right choice was made to use damaging beams rather than lethal, but could have done with some timing or layout tweaks. Many are just absurdly slow. Not helping is that falling past draining laser is such a non-threat, that in testing I found I could just fall through every single one without running into danger of dying. A mixture of single shot higher damage, lasers combined with the draining ones would give this level some teeth. There is a laser towards the end of the level that is almost a guaranteed hit. It comes out of nowhere without warning and usually when the player is at the peak of the jump. I enjoyed the use of Brightman platforms and Waveman maces here. Not too difficult. The platforms were definitely introduced better here than in Mega Man 4, and these gimmicks were placed well enough to lead to the occasional interesting setup, such as the fight against the cone prior to the boss door. You need to force the player to land on the platform here though. It's way too easy to fall past it, making the whole thing rather awkward to get back up given the weapon set. Gravity Man shows some thought, but to borrow a phrase he said in the secret room, gives a difficulty illusion. The fight ends up not so different from a vanilla fight outside of face tanking the mace once or twice. Not enough to swing the fight in Gravity Man's favor, but to be fair, it's a tricky fight to make something more interesting without straying into hot garbage design, so I'll applaud the effort. Yeah, this level was fine, I guess, especially for a first attempt, I suppose. I'm sure I'm sure Napkin Dictator can probably do a better job now that they're more used with the making levels. And I'm taking a bit of a break. I'll be right back.
What? Oh my god.
Alright, sorry for the Taco Man suffrage, everyone. I was complaining that you didn't know how to use that one date in the app, you know the one, and this guy rushed over to help. I got a hot date. Still can't get a campfire going. Just put your food on my head and I'll cook it for you. Being healthy is a must. Being healthy costs a bundle, much cheaper to get the McWileys for the box.
McWiley's.
McWileys was actually tier 7 in Megaman Level 2.
Of course it was. God, I was there for that, and I don't remember half of this shit.
I've never been so full in my life. Looks like 3 potato chip is my limit. Hi, Frostman. Walk-in Freezer by Mini Macro Sound with a score of 60 on the dot. Oh, we're up to the whole 6-0 here. One element, 3 tokens, which also are the 3 tokens at least 2 tokens I need to finally get the 100 reward. Well, let's immediately get the token here. I don't know if there's supposed to be music playing right now, but so far I'm only hearing a sound effect. Oh, I know, it's the music from Laserly from Action 52.
I.e. no music?
Which is it's just the sound of the freaking laser. No, Taco Man's theme was earlier. Oh jeez, you're a big boy.
Okay.
I wonder if this is a bot. Oh, there we go. Now we have music. Oh boy. Oh wait, do I have to fall there? I think I do. There we go. Oh, goody. Fantastic. Amazing. Damn it. I probably want to go on this sign. E-tank. God fucking damn it. Damn it! That's freaking Burb. Why are you so evil, Burb? Why did I do that? Okay. Probably need to take this upper portion here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this. Hi, Iceman. That almost glitched me through the floor. Okay, that's all the tokens. Oh boy. No defender JPEG. Okay. Okay. That was strange. Making invincible cannons, though. It's really unnecessary. Hello,
Okay.
tiny big guy. How's it going?
Okay.
Even that big guy only took one hit. What's up with that? What's up with that? Hello, Carmina Burana? One HP in a dream. Oh, that level happened. I guess he's busy with something else, okay. Okay, oddly ominous humming and gigantic squids whose missiles fly off screen are a strange way to start a level. Though introduction, seeing the core ice gimmicks, at least a smart way to start things. Thankfully, actual music started up right when the humming was getting grating. It's a good song to boot. Thank goodness. Overall, this is a bit more interesting than most ice level. The gimmick set is standard fare, but I enjoyed the use of highest block puzzle without outright relying on Chillman's pick. Enemies. There's only a few scattered around here. Speaking of which, the primary enemies aren't very ice heavy, relying more so on Tech's Wall Blaster and Invincibility, as opposed to the Pegging Spawner and the odd Swallow Egg from Chillman. This works great for the techs. Having to work around them instead of killing them was an appreciated change of pace. All blasters, however, are a bit too random for invincibility to work, especially since the use of ice blocks makes it much harder to use a shield against them. Outside of that, the level's primary weakness is a flawed difficulty curve. The majority of the stage runs together in a head, and the hardest part is right after the second checkpoint. Being the one-time invincible wall blaster, text, ice block, and pit-based that all come together. The ice-themed enemies are in a similar boat. The first Swallow Egg is the only time you fight two at once, and the second to last Pan is a complete non-issue compared to his first few peers, at least once you know he's there. Fortunately, the level has fun tokens, even if the transition after Iceman is a little awkward if you aren't in the middle, but it wraps right back to the confusing with Blue Crashman. Why is his intro 04 tuna? Why does it make Crashman get a fancy intro? Why does he have 29 hit points? These decisions fill me with questions. I'll fully admit that I didn't care much for this level my first time through. Subsequent playthroughs here has since changed that somewhat, but the stage still isn't without its issues. I think one of the main problems here is the difficulty progression. Most of the ice block rooms are really straightforward if you just observe them. However, there's a few in between that suddenly demand very precise movements. There's a room with the invincible wall blaster, 2 ice blocks, and the tech at the bottom of the screen is a prime example. It's easily one of the hardest rooms in the level, yet the challenges that follow it are nowhere near as difficult. Granted, these types of rooms are sparse, but the sudden difficulty spike are still pretty noticeable. The 2 horizontal stretches somewhat fall victim to this as well, mainly thanks to the swallow eggs appearing near important jumps. The pin generator at the end of the second one is especially annoying, since it can easily blindside you. Aside from that, there is not a whole lot else to say here. The other rooms aren't exactly challenging, but they're still somewhat engaging with how you need to approach them. I also appreciate that you can reset most of the room if you happen to mess up. As for anything else of note, the aesthetics here are alright. So I kinda wish that neat parallax background at the start had a stronger presence throughout the stage. It would have given some visual variety at least. Speaking of the start, I had a rather odd issue happen to me at one point during it, where dying in that section also caused the background ambience to stop until I reached the cave section. I'm not sure how or why this happened, and I still have trouble recreating it to this day, but it was certainly odd, that's for sure. Of course, this isn't the only music-related oddity here. Blue Crashman's intro has you waiting for the full opening of the song to finish before you can actually start fighting him. While I usually enjoy timed music cues, I don't think this one was necessary, since you're basically just sitting there for roughly 10 seconds, waiting for Crashman to wake up once 04 Tuna stops playing. It's a very odd ending to a very mixed stage.
Alright, I'm back. Freeze level, simply. I'm getting a sense of deja vu with the gimmick usage in this one. Odd that the beginning does not have any music. Almost thought the music files were scrubbed up somehow. I really like how the Chilean blocks are used here for platforming as well as puzzle uses in conjunction with physics block brilliantly. Having the crossman walls lying around is also pretty funny for the fact that you can still take damage if you're only casually walking into them as opposed to crashing into them in the original context. There's also Tiny Eye out of nowhere who dies in one hit. Silly. Although annoying that they are invulnerable, I was impressed that the turrets were actually made threatening for once. They are also manipulatable with their angles, so you can make use of their blind spots. Though some of the rooms can get a bit bullet heavy sometimes because of their invulnerable nature. The boss is just a standard Crashman fight with pallet, swap, and icy floor, and also does poses for a while before the fight begins. Kinda weird. Does fit the somewhat whimsical nature of the entry, I suppose.
Questionable choices and lackluster polish cooled my enthusiasm towards this otherwise decent level. It's the sound design. Prolonged, awkward silence during normal gameplay, then sudden, overly intense music, then barely audible boss music. It's the layout, the crowded architecture, important objects hidden behind health bar, split paths to who knows where, and a trapped big eye hinting at a secret path that doesn't exist. It's the unexpected, nauseating camera shift and lack of a checkpoint right as the music kicks in. It's the inexplicable use of resized enemies. They're funny, but they don't mesh with the look or feel of the level. I don't know if I call it a walk-in freezer, but the level certainly feels cold, thanks to the well-themed assets, nice tile work, notwithstanding a couple of mild oversights, and eye-catching background detail. Chill blocks are used thoughtfully in a good variety of situations. The first token and the first screen of the lower path are highlights. Iceman is satisfyingly tricky. Slippery Crashman would be fine if not for the interminable, unnecessary invincibility. Garen Co. feels underused. Destructible pillars that don't really add much. Most enemies could stand to have a safer and more deliberate introduction. Depending on where you're standing, poor Pen explodes upon spawning. Invincible enemies that give the level of kind of forced difficulty. Special weapons are often useless or a liability due to chill blocks, and the only reliable strategy is to rush through before anything starts firing. The interior challenges could also be rearranged for smoother difficulty and complexity progression, with checkpoints at even more intervals. That said, the Tekken Wall blaster setups, while occasionally on the cusp of enemy spam, clearly had some thought put into them. Swalloway, which I normally find aggravating, isn't obnoxious here. The level is just right length, with distinct sections and comfortable pace. With some adjustments, this could be a real crowd freezer. Freezer.
Well, this was certainly the odd level stage. Some really creative setups with the ice blocks, good atmosphere and approach for challenges and enemies mostly. They also seem fairly janky with the resized enemies, invincible enemies in odd places, and one spot where you get embedded into the floor after defeating the Iceman mini-boss. Some things, just as the Frostman walls, just seem pointless and don't add anything to the level. And then there's the odd enemy that just added nothing to the stage as well. Such, I'm guessing it was such, as the big guys, and certain Garenku enemies. A few enemies even despawn themselves before their threat. One of the worst aspects of the stage is just how backwards the difficulty curve is. The early portion of the stage, particularly the Chillman blocks, are much trickier than the endgame, and the level just sort of peters out and loses its momentum quickly. Still, I enjoyed the earlier chill block puzzles, and the level did offer enough safety nets and good design to buoy it up a bit. You could reset most of these too, which is always a plus. Crashman himself, well, the joke there was funny the first time, but perhaps after dying it should have skipped the cutscene straight to the boss fight? Overall, this stage was solid. It's a real shame about the difficulty that had so little thought put into it. And this was just an okay stage. I still don't know why Crashman would sing "Oh Fortuna." That was a thing. Hi, Frostman.
Also, Pharaoh Man with the food pyramid.
I wanted to crush the next simulation, but it crushed me. I tried for an hour and then my processor overheated. I'm gonna go back to the last simulation to code down. I like that place. Oh boy.
Uh-oh, somebody's favorite.
Oh, actually, Flashman's gold favorite, Wally Rooms of Weapons by Dragon Foggle with a score of 60.20. I wonder what Flashman really liked about this level. But now that I think about it, before we tackle this, I should have 100 tokens free now. To the casino we go. Yep, 101. So, does this open this? Roman Lux. Beyond this point is a sacred catacomb with its secret of the contest weapon data are buried. Let me consider this place to contain spoilers for tiers that have not yet been fully explored. Okay, so I guess it's probably better to come back here later. How many upgrades do I still have to buy? Let's see. Okay, so 100 more tokens. 120. 150 tokens left. And I know there's more than that left. This thing, if we're losing a game of chance 100 times in a row means you win big next game.
Because it's random chance. What?
It's you. God damn it.
Wow, you lose!
I hadn't understood the concept at first, but now I get it. I'm out of time. Porcelain violin. Model A. Right, ZX Advance. Oh, hi.
Oh, it's night!
Oh, hey. Nothing. Not enough still. Defeat a total of 10,000 enemies across the entire game. Across all levels, find 10 top secret secrets. So 10 Easter eggs, I guess. I don't have that many. What's coiled? Oh. Right. Makes sense.
The fastest thing alive.
Alright, there's another quiz person in the casino, but I think it asks question about all the tiers, so... Okay, well, back to tier 9 for now. Don't worry, I'm not talking to Taco Man again. Alright, Wally's room of weapons. Let's do it. Oh boy.
Oh, there's this. Oh boy. Oh dear.
I've prepared a special surprise for you. 5 devious puzzle rooms.
Don't care about
Sorry. Special weapon. If you pick up a... And you can only use that one until you get another one.
This sounds very Mega Man 7.
It is.
Because it
Mega Man
is.
7. Like, directly. Unmodified. No remix, no chiptune, nothing, none of that. No, not this. Oh, you shoot rings.
I'm gonna have
Would you
to
like
reset the
a-
room.
What is it? Oh, never mind.
Wait a minute.
You figured it out. Thunder Beam goes vertically too.
What the fuck?
It's way too fast.
Make the thing show.
Weave.
Wait, doesn't this soft lock you if you do this then?
Yeah, I sense a problem.
Gotta go fast.
What the hell?
Gotta not backtrack.
But wait. What? How do you go up there then? Now, I know. going back to this problem now. You're doomed to fail the moment you took your first weapon. How can I get there without taking a weapon, though? I don't feel like that's possible.
I don't understand.
So, oh no, it does reset you. How.1
Very
So that-
low work.
that resets. I feel like you're meant to have Thunderblow last, but what the hell? Just my brain that's fried or something? I don't get it. Wait a second. Oh, that's something. I think that might be what I needed to do. Except I don't have water shield now, so I'm fucked. That didn't break the brick. Shit. Damn it. Thank you. There we go. Oh,
Finally.
goodness.
Your brain. Your brain.
Got ice wall here. God damn it.
Take the jigsaw weave.
Where's N key? Also, if I go back down there, I'm just locked. Wait, what? Unless you can fly.
Oh, there's Ann Key.
Oh, you do need great dash, okay. My brain hurts.
Have you seen what time it is?
And that's highest wall. Oh, love a crap. Phew. Well, it's just running into me would kill them, but... Ugh. How many of these freaking challenges are there? Yeah, there's 5. Probably all have a token in them. Pretty sure I have to send this all over to the end there. Ah, okay. And make sure to break this before we go back to the start. Get the key. Kill this guy. Ice wall. All is good in the world, I guess.
That took like all of your brain cells.
Oh boy, number 3. I saw the key there. What the actual fuck? I clearly need ice wall for it. This guy's gonna give me trident. Okay, that doesn't do anything. So yeah, I don't really have a choice. I have to kill Mr. Trident guy. I probably need to do that for something. I actually forgot what the bubble guy gave as a weapon. Water shield makes sense. That guy gives ice wall. Wait a second. What? How am I?
What?
I'm a fucking moron. Well, I can at least complete this part, the challenge itself, no. As for the key... Probably need to go over here. I'm a fucking dumbass.
Whoops.
Ah.
Ah.
Hooray for glitches! Fuck this puzzle. Although I'm gonna have to redo it anyways. Is it going to glitch again? Yeah, it sure will.
Whoops. That's a bit of an oversight.
I will gladly take it at this time.
It's 2 in the goddamn morning. I think you kind of need a break.
Alright, break dash. Probably what's needed here. Open this up. Okay, what do I need ice wall for exactly? Probably get up there. Well, I might have solved it anyways, even though I really didn't need to. That ice wall to get up there. This would normally give me the key. And this is a problem. I should have killed this guy. Because I actually do need break dash. I think I can just destroy it with that. Yeah.
Yeah, just destroy it, but don't pick up the weapon.
God, this shit is so glitchy. Yeah, you don't even need to break that. Only if you do the normal version of the puzzle.
There you go, you solved it anyway.
Number 4. There's the switch there. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotta see what's here. Okay, you need to press the switch to get this token. Do you press the switch when it's surrounded by untouchable blocks? It's a good question. I guess I'm starting with this. On one side, maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Okay, you have lightning. Which opens that. The magnetic shockwave and spark chaser. Do I need ice wall for anything?
Ah.
This does lead me up here, but to what end? Was there any ice wall block that I might have missed? Just chance it for now. This could be problematic. Yeah, jeez. Okay, I've got the key. I need to... Suppose I should probably defeat you. Down here. What is even the point of this?
Sorry, nothing.
Tornado. Did I get tornado anywhere? I don't even remember. I'm thinking I probably need tornado. Weapon. Oh. I almost had it, that means. Because the only weapon you can really use, as far as I know, would be freaking water shield. That's something I'm gonna have to test. It's just dead content. Okay, how did I start this again? Breaking these 2 blocks. Getting me up here. Get ice wall. Give this jerk. It's Park Chaser. Make sure that break this block. Back down here. Thank you. Get you. Break this. Don't miss because otherwise I have to restart. Okay, and now we have water shield. And a key. Oh my god, that was exactly it. I cannot fucking believe this.
Wow, you could
I
have
almost had it the first time. Oh boy, what are we looking at here? Okay. I need wind and spark chaser to unlock this. There's gravity gimmicks, because of course there is. There's wind, there's break dash. Ice wall for this. Oh god. This is definitely gonna be involved.
Oh, jeez.
What in the freaking butt am I looking at here? Did I see any ice wall block? I think I did. Oh boy.
This is gonna suck.
WD gimmicks, my favorite. Oh, and that's a one-time thing too, so I probably fuck it up.
Ah.
Oh wait, there's another one here. Oh, that's also a one-time thing. Ooh. God damn it. Wait, what? Okay. Maybe I don't need Ice Wall for anything other than opening this. I hope. Let's get Thunder Beam. I need Laser Trident now for anything. Okay, there's Break Dash. Which I'm still not sure what I'll need for. And I actually do need Spark Chaser for this. Oh my god. Do I need Trident for anything? I haven't seen anything I would need it for. I'm gonna take it. And I could see more of the stage over there. Okay, I need Break Dash for this. Which I fucked up. What even with this? I don't think I saw anything that requires trident. So let's go ahead and open this. Yeah, actually, I need to use this. Okay, this opens up this. I need to use Part Chaser here, which opens this. And yet, I still think there's gonna be problems. Actually, maybe not. Maybe? I can't fucking tell. Okay, does anything else require Spark Chaser? I think I'm good to use this now. Also, for good measure, break these 2 blocks. You have somewhat of an easier access. Not that it's required anymore, but... Damn it! Oh my god. Setup is freaking stupid. I am not a fan. I think that was it for that. Actually, no, it wasn't. I didn't break that. God damn it. Brain, function. I know it's hard. I know it's late. Come on. You can do it. I'll pretend to believe in you. Keep forgetting I need to flip the gravity. This is still so freaking awkward. Kill. Murder. Thank you. MD goddamn K. And I think there's any reason to go back up there, but whatever. Okay, let's not accidentally gravity flip. Okay. Yeah, I think that's it. There it is.
Finally, we are free.
Oh my god. Alright, what kind of gag is down here? Okay. Just a weird face.
If you keep this up, Zeichen's gonna donate this week. Right?
What? What? I'm sorry, what?
My dude, you forgot to re-enable our weapons. My dude! You forgot a little something. You're supposed to bring you back to freaking main weapon. You didn't do that. Oh my god, is the level seriously broke? Okay, no.
Big shockwave!
Okay, that's just silly.
That's not how these guys look.
You must finish him up with my weapon! The one is used courtesy of Bob. Oh, it's not my. I'm not the best friend. Right. Son of a bitch.
Well, if it wasn't for the bug on the first attempt, this would have been okay. At least for the finish.
That took 50 minutes.
Good lord, that took a while. It's clearly not everyone's favorite, I can tell you that much. Certainly not. It took me a couple of days to clear 100%.
Look at his glasses.
It took me a couple of days to clear 100% in my blind run. That isn't a good thing. The concept is interesting, don't get me wrong. 5 distinct puzzles involving all weapons. You know, pick and choose the right route to success. And it's very different. I got more use out of weapons here than I would anywhere else because I'm a buster snob and not afraid to admit it. And was often satisfying to figure out the complete solutions. I particularly appreciate that there's no real death threats. It makes the level something purely cerebral, which is a very different experience that is occasionally enjoyable.
Yeah, obviously this was the final level I was doing tonight.
Unfortunately, Mega Man is not a puzzle game. It's an action game first and foremost. And what makes the puzzle aspect very awkward. As stated previously, this took a couple days for me to clear. Longer than any other level in the contest, and I fully expect this will be a bit Marmite, meaning love it or hate it. A single mistake on any solution can push you to restart the entire puzzle. And sometimes the mistakes aren't what you would expect. In particular, Magfly, while it's carrying you, can trap you in midair, a soft link that forces you to restart. Additionally, I've somehow scrolled one of the keys off screen at least once. And that third puzzle has a very unorthodox bypass that I can tell wasn't intended.
Yep, just use retry. There you go, you have the key.
Oops. Beyond that, it's all puzzles. No real break for any action. Definitely the level's detriment is folks aren't playing Mega Man for puzzles. I'd even go so far as to say it doesn't belong in a contest like this. Although, there is one part more akin to Mega Man Standard, the weapon block boss. It's certainly an unusual boss, but it has a decent concept, and it was a fun fight overall. The only real issue I had was that the last two phases seemed to fire just a smidge too often, but considering they're attached to the more defensive weapons, that's not a significantly important detail. Of course, the boss isn't the focus of the level, it's there to be the ending first and foremost. This is a very bold level to make, and to some degree I appreciate it for what it is. However, this time it's a bit too bold, to the point it feels very out of place. I wouldn't be surprised if the scores for this level were all over the place. No kidding.
This is easily one of the most unconventional stages in the whole contest. That in and of itself doesn't automatically make it bad, though. Some variety here and there can go a long way to making your stage stand out. That said, while this level is pretty memorable, I don't think it's for the right reason. I'll commend the attempt here to make a full-on puzzle stage. The execution creates a very mixed to frustrating experience. If you're going through each of the rooms with the goal of just getting to the end, then you probably won't have too much trouble. Most of the solutions are pretty clear-cut, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't have at least a bit of fun figuring out how to get through some of these rooms, especially with the first and second ones. While these moments can be fun, going for the token is another matter entirely. Honestly, the process of getting the tokens of this stage reminds me a little too much of a certain point-and-click adventure game puzzle. Do you want the one? The kind that often have very obtuse solutions, just to stretch out the game's runtime. You'll often think you have the correct solution, only to suddenly realize it's not right, meaning you need to redo most, if not all, of the room again, just to give it another try with a different method. Incidentally, this is also what led me to discover a bug with the third room, where using the retry button gives you the key as you warp back in. Oops. The comparison to old school point-and-click adventures don't end there, as the tokens share yet another issue with them. Once you know how to do the puzzles, you can probably breeze through them without much of a second thought. To note, I'm not saying I would have preferred a set of randomized puzzles, because that would be even more nightmarish than what we have here already. A stage that had more open-ended puzzles with multiple solutions might have worked out a bit better in this case, but that's just my take on it. Finally, we have the end boss. It doesn't really feel well put together, to be honest. The way it fires out enemies as projectile really screwed up with my head at first, because I see those and my first instinct is to shoot them, in the obvious. That's also not to mention the way it fires them out can look incredibly janky at times too. It is especially noticeable when he fires out Ben K's, who have no animation and are flipped sideways for some reason. Overall, while I get what you're going for here, I can't say I enjoyed it that much. There is some potential in the weapon-based puzzle elements here, that's for sure, but the trial and error nature of it, especially with the tokens, really hurts it in the end.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Oh jeez, that face.
Neat concept for a level. I like me some puzzles, and puzzle-oriented levels are a nice change of pace in the contest setting. It's nice that the weapons are infinite and the rooms are laid out in a way that you always have a way back to the starting teleporter to reset, with a generous health refill as well. Little touches like that definitely help a lot in the long run with levels that expect the player to be stuck playing for a while. Unfortunately, the level is very heavy on the trial and error side. A lot of the enemies aren't always clear with how they interact with special weapons. For example, there are examples such as Ben K's projectile interacting with the switch in Room 4. Room 3's tucked away in a corner water shield block that has no reason to be here and doesn't impact the order of how you get the weapons, other than being a mean gotcha moment. Other times, it can be uncertain if some of the interactions were intentional or not, like with Room 3's Fan Fiend. It's still possible to kill him with a water shield without breaking the break dash block. And in Room 5, you can kill the Ben K with Buster if you get really close to him. There also seems to be an engine-related bug where you can switch back to the Mega Buster with both weapon switch buttons pressed down, even though it's supposed to be disabled, which can get in the way of puzzle solving. With every room other than the first one requiring at least 5 brains, this makes it very taxing to get through the level, though partially it is due to my tiny monkey brain in general. It would have probably made the few later head scratchers less daunting to come into if the stage had provided more minor puzzle rooms that can also serve as tutorials for the less obvious puzzle elements that were discussed. On the aesthetic side of things, the lack of backgrounds in the puzzle rooms make the level feel bland and incomplete. The music choice is good as a non-intrusive thinking music, though the slightly misaligned loop point can be somewhat distracting. The boss music is basic and quite silly, which is a good thing after the player has spent much of the time in those puzzle rooms. It ends the level on a more pleasant note.
Well, let's see why you love this level so much.
I love special weapons. I love puzzles. I am absolutely the target audience here. But as a judge, I need to consider how this level teaches the basic skills and thought process needed to solve every puzzle. I need to acknowledge an accumulation of the little technical issues, e.g. objects that look identical but behave differently. I need to recognize that my first playthrough, while thoroughly enjoyable, lasted 60 plus minutes, and 5 points of my fun score depend on how necessary a skip teleporter is. Unfortunately, the niceties are everywhere, from automatic health refills to a helpful but very verbose hip system with plenty of character. Rooms can be tackled in any order and easily reset. I am massively impressed at how the level safeguards against almost everything a player might do to break it. The only thing missing, and it's a big one, is a way of tracking which rooms have been completed. Pleasantly minimalistic graphics keep the focus on the puzzles. The hub and puzzle rooms have totally appropriate music, though I would have liked different and properly looped track for each room to keep the atmosphere fresh. I'm bummed that the boss music isn't also in the MM7-8 style. The puzzles make up for any shortcomings, though, with outstanding use of assets involved. I like that there are more complicated solutions are required to reach tokens. There are especially some great moments with Tornado Blow, Water Shield, Ice Wall, and Fever Bubbles. The boss is passable, but I'm not sure that the level even needs one. It's hard to stop the satisfaction of solving the series of creative, mind-bending puzzles. As a judge, I will tell you I am giving you the highest score I can justify based on my interpretation of the rubric. As a player, I can tell you that the best parts make this my favorite level of the contest, and the rubric can take a hike.
Jeez. Note for anyone playing this stage using the accessibility options I use, turn them off for this stage and this stage alone. Well, this is an interesting case, a Marmody one, as it were. You can see some people absolutely loving this stage. I can see some people absolutely hating it with the passion of 1,000 sun. I honestly kinda love it, at least the puzzles and concept, but I think it is hurt by the context in which it lies. Much like everyone who decided they wanted to submit a Metroidvania as part of the contest compilation, this really does feel like the wrong place to put a concept like this. As a puzzle stage, it's hard to wrote specific things without giving it all away, but I will praise this. Your puzzle design is on point. These are really clever, and you can clearly withstand their progress puzzle with intuition once you understand what each room is asking of you. And getting the Trickster token really requires outside-the-box thinking. Honestly, I had fun with this, and I really think you had something going there. The boss is pretty unique too, and a good cap on the end of the stage. An improvement would have been to have smoother transition between each phase. It's very easy to just get bodied by the boss as it switches attack patterns and moves into position, often where you are standing, thus rather unfairly conks you. Maybe the hit invulnerability should have gone both ways here? Would have greatly improved an otherwise fun if simple boss. If what's here is an entire game experience tailored to it, such as having the stages and rewards disconnected with the option to expand the weapon set, and therefore the puzzle, would make for a truly unique fan game experience, and I think it could go a long way. Plus, you'd be able to solve the biggest gripe I have with the stage. Having to do the entire sequence of puzzles in one sitting. The level asks a lot for the player, and it's a rather draining experience to clear it all. Yeah, no shit. This is not a gripe. It has implication throughout the level, and its pacing, fun factor, and I think severely hurt it. Finally, it's possible to get yourself softlock in a few spots thanks to the magnet enemy. This is ultimately a minor thing, but the player should be prepared to use the retry function if needed. So this stage's score will probably end up being heard through the other judges, and even myself just due to context. I honestly suspect that public opinion of this stage will be all over the place too. So, is it a good level? Yes it is. But this was probably not the place for it though. I think outside of the context of Magmammal, this could be fantastic. Yeah, interesting puzzle level. Some of the things were pretty clever,
Here's
but
real opinion of Willy Rooms of Weapons, especially seeing it almost took 50 fucking minutes to complete. Esti de calice de tabarnak.
Hi Underground. Yeah, I'm about to end for tonight. The thing is, yeah, in the context of a Mega Man level, I can't really say it's a Mega Man level. It's a nice puzzle stage, but not a Mega Man level.
It should have been pared down to like 40 rooms.
I am curious about something, and it has to do with the skip teleporter. Yep. The splitting headache.
Why does he remind me of Oyer from Super Mario RPG?
I don't know, he's rather spider-like.
Alright, there's a few more people to talk to. 71.
Oh god, it's Pepsi Man.
Alright, it's Kozak and Kalinka.
Pepsi Man?
There was a poster in the background with Pepsi Man.
Oh, really?
On the previous screen.
Huh, yeah, there is.
Gut salad.
Okay, so one stage, the boss. Wow, we're actually. Hi there.
Oh no, not him. Go away. We've seen you too many fucking
Ew.
Oh, I see that poster in the background. It's the fucking box art Mega Man, Mega Man 1
go
box
back,
art.
go. It is bad box art Mega Man.
Yes.
Yeah, so now this is open.
It's just a shortcut to get around.
Alright, well, one more stage for Tier 9 then, which we'll do next time we do this. Approaching 50% somehow, finally.
Ugh, that was a trip.
An ordeal.
Actually, that wasn't even how I wanted to end the stream or whatever. I wanted to put the fucking tackle myself.
I fucking knew it.
But my brain is melted, so I forgot. Anyways, let's see if anyone else is online.
Fucking cursed song.